Hello, hello. Hello, hello. We're in now. Hello. Hi, family. I see you're here. Can you hear me? I saw you already type. I saw you already in the chat, and I was like, wait, am I already live? But no, I think yeah, okay, yeah, there we go. That is because normally the chat doesn't start firing up until I'm actually live. I thought it was accidentally live too early before I even had everything set up, and I was like, oh crap. Okay, okay. Nevertheless, we're in now. Let's do this. Okay, so we're doing another art stream today. Hello, little just see. Nice to see you here. I think you were in my last stream too, so nice to see you back again. Appreciate it. All right. Okay, okay. All right then. So I'll go ahead and put the thank you, Pixel Girl, for the suggestion. I'll get to that in a minute. First, let me just go ahead and put the you know, comment so that people joining in will know in case they missed the title. Dewdrop, please. Anyway, so this stream is actually going to go a lot better than the last art stream because I actually picked up a drawing monitor recently, so it's going to be a lot more comfortable for me to draw digitally. Because last time I was using one of those like screenless monitors, and it got the job done, but it was also very not, ideal for me. So yeah, and yeah, I'm still drawing in Adobe Animate just because I, don't really have a standard um, illustration program just yet. Still getting used to that. I mainly just use digital animation. Yeah, I mainly just animate digitally. I don't necessarily illustrate digitally. But anyway. All right, so we're gonna go down the list. But before we start, we gotta settle on the music for today. Hello. So I was gonna load up some OSTs. Are there any OSTs that I should just hit on play that are wordless? I was thinking of actually wait. I was actually thinking of playing the one shot OST, but I'm worried it might yeah, you read my mind. I was literally just about to put that on. Although I hope there's a separate playlist that's just for the base game because I do not want to get spoiled on the DLC just yet. Okay, yeah, there is. Okay, cool, cool, cool. All right. Well, you said it. Let's do it. Boom. All right. Nice. Perfect start. So I'm just going to hit play. Ultra kill? No, absolutely not. We're not doing that. Okay. All right. Okay, all right. We're in. Let's get this show on the road here. All right, so I'm just going to go down the list and see what kind of cool stuff I can draw today. Hopefully well, and hopefully not crappy. Last time it was a little crappy, I gotta say. But let me see if I still got a feel for balls. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Let me just see if I still got a feel for this these controls here. Yep. Okay, we're good. We're good. Hello, Crafter13. Nice to see you here. Glad you could join us today. All right, let's go down the list. All right, so let's see here. All right, draw your hair as a certain spiky blue hedgehog. I am not doing that. Sorry, I know it's a little early to start skipping suggestions, but I am not drawing myself as Sonic. Can you draw Scott Pilgrim? Scott Pilgrim EX game releases next week. Scott Pilgrim. I think I know who that is. Maybe. I think I know who you're talking about. Let me just see. I'm pretty sure I know, but I still need a reference. Oh yeah, this time I'm not doing a memory challenge this time, by the way. I am gonna look at references while I do this. What up, Bryson? Nice to see you here. And hello, Haley. Nice to see you here too. Yeah, you guys can give suggestions at any time. I'll just get to them when I can. I'm gonna go in order. All right, but our first suggestion was Scott Pilgrim, and unlike last time, I actually am gonna look at a reference while I do this, just because you know, I want to take advantage of actually having multiple monitors this time. Okay, let's go ahead and let's do this. Whoops, wrong way. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. All right then. And I am gonna, yeah, I am still just gonna be drawing in Adobe because I don't think this kind of stream warrants an actual illustration software because they're just silly little doodles. Okay, let's do this. All right, this guy looks pretty simple. Pretty simple. If I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna say he has kind of like he has a pretty round face, that's for sure. So he doesn't have those like pointy chins that a lot of these types of characters have. So we're gonna give him a very chubby Steven Universe face almost. All right then. And then he has a big old ear. And then these hair. Nice, 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 nice. And he has this right here. I'm just following the first reference that I saw. I don't know if this is his official form or if like or if he has like better attires and whatnot, but this is just what I saw him as, so we're just gonna do it like that. Nice. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of suggestions rolling in, so thank you guys. Really, this is already getting a lot more traction than I am usually expected to. And it should go without saying, but the stream is not going to be nearly as long as last week's stream. That's for sure. I'm still mentally recovering from last week's stream, if I'm being totally honest. that was a doozy. But yeah. Okay. All right. It looks like he has like more hair. I'm just gonna kind of make up. Usually when I draw a character's hairstyles, I just kind of make it up as I go along. I don't really go with a lot of like, you know, pinpoint accuracy. But it looks like he does have like more hair on the other side, so we're gonna do that. And yes, I have pressure activated, but I might turn that off soon because this is kind of annoying me already. But man, this music slaps though. I forgot how much I loved the one-shot soundtrack. It's pretty good. And yeah, I'm just freestyling this too. I'm not going to waste time and bore you guys to death with sketch and then a line work process. I'm still doing these in pretty rapid fashion, but I'm not like timing myself and adding a bunch of ridiculous, you know, a bunch of ridiculous limitations I did last time. Hello, Tim the Stick Man. I'm drawing Scott Pilgrim right now. This is the first suggestion. And I don't know much about this character. I'm pretty sure he's from like a comic or a show, maybe. I don't know. Either way. And looks like his hair kind of actually spikes up at the end here in some of these. So I'm just gonna, I kind of like that version better, so I'm gonna do that. There we go. His hair comes like underneath him for some reason. Alright then. Okay. And his eyes. He has very... let's give him some personality here. We're gonna like give him some angry eyes. Because I don't know much about this guy, but he seems like an angry fella. So we're gonna give him angry eyes. Angry eyes. He's from a 2000s comic, which became a classic 2010 movie, and there's a Netflix anime. Okay, thank you for the, thank you for the lore drop. Yeah, I see a lot about him online, but nothing about it really like grabs me. So I haven't actually looked into it. But yeah, interesting. And oh yeah, his ear. Forget about that. Okay. Then let's give him this eyebrow. It's always iconic to have characters' eyebrows come over their hair, so I think I'm gonna do that. That's always fun. Okay. Okay, and then we'll draw this eye. Not so big though. So like, even though this isn't a time challenge, I'm still gonna try and move through these pretty quickly, just so I can have time to get through everyone's suggestions, because I don't want anyone to be left out here. So if you left a suggestion, safe to say that I will draw it, except for Pixel Girls, because I'm not drawing that one. But most other suggestions I will accept, unless it's something that I can't draw on stream. That would go against YouTube's guidelines, of course. Then, other than that, yeah, we should be good. Okay. He has pretty big pupils, so let's give him... Yeah. Big pupils. And then he just has... Okay, usually when I draw characters, I give him... I give them, like, stupid mouths, so... There we go. Brilliant. Brilliant. Okay. Oh, yeah, and he has a little bit of a hair thing. A little bit of hair up top. Okay. So... Why does the way you draw him kind of remind me of the style from the 4th volume? Is that could be where I'm looking at it. I don't know. I'm seeing a ton of references here. With a ton of different, like, hairstyles, so... That could be where this is from that I'm looking at, in particularly. But I don't know. Either way, I'm gonna change this though, because I don't really like how this part looks. That is how it looks in the reference that I'm looking at, but that's not. I'm not really feeling this part of the hair, so I'm gonna make it a little more spiky, I guess. I don't know, just to kind of give it some fluidity. You know. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Nice. Perfect. All right. And then, as usual, I like to go around my characters and give them... Whoops. Do not do that. Forgive me. Forgive me if I'm clicking on a bunch of stuff. Like I said, I'm still getting used to this new device that I'm using. In fact, that's the main reason I wanted to do an art stream, just so I have an excuse to really, like, draw with this. So far, it seems to be treating me pretty well. So, can't complain with that. Oh yeah, I'm able to be much more precise with my line work than I was last time. Because geez, last time was embarrassing. I couldn't even draw a circle. All right. Now it looks like the Netflix anime. Yeah, a little bit. I can see it. I've seen like, I don't know, like a few clips from the anime, or at least I assume it's from the anime because it's animated. I don't know if it's from like Netflix or anything. It could have been like fan art or something. I really, like I said, I really don't know. I really don't know. I'm not educated enough on the lore of this character. Anyway, all right. I think that's good. I'm just gonna draw his head for now because I think I'm satisfied enough with this. I don't want to embarrass myself by trying to draw more and then having it turn out bad. Okay, let's go ahead and color him first. Okay, so he's got orange hair. That's like bright orange, it looks like. So we're gonna go, let's go with this. That looks good. Maybe a little less than that. It's a little bit, whoops. Why are you up there? Don't do that. Let's give it, no, let's not do that. Let's see here, let's see. I think it's a little bit closer. Let's see, where is the pinwheel? I hate how you bring that up here. There we go. Okay. Let's see. There we go. It's a little bit... actually, no, it's still too yellow. Still too yellow. Let's go a little more up there. And then... Let's see. That looks probably the most accurate so far. Okay. Nice. And then there's a skin tone. I guess we'll just go with that. Nice. Not entirely accurate. Unless I actively, you know, I drop the colors straight from the reference, which I'm not going to do. Because, well, I could do that, I guess, but I don't know. Okay. Alright, there we go. There's Scott Pilgrim in all his glory. Go ahead and... Well, that was a pretty swell first submission. Actually, wait, hold on. There's one more thing I want to do. One more thing I want to do. In the images, he does have, like, I don't know, some shimmers on his hair. So we're just gonna add some of that. There we go. Just to give it a little bit of pizzazz. Cute. Nice. Okay. Alright. There we go. That's cool. Alright. Whoops, do not save it. I did not want to save that. Okay. Alright, so that's Scott Pilgrim. What a swell first submission. Alright, now I gotta scroll back up and see what else people were saying. Okay. Alright. Let's see what else we got here. Little Jesse says, Basil from Omori. I have no idea who that is. Who is that? Forgive me. I'm not gonna know like half these characters that you guys are suggesting, so don't expect me to, you know, like being, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Don't expect me to immediately know who they are and recognize them. Let's look who this is. Mori. You said it's from One Shot. Oh no, Alula. That's from One Shot. Okay, but Basil's from Omori. Let's see. Basil. Okay. I have not seen this before. Interesting. Interesting. Well, this is an interesting choice. Actually, where are my manners? I should probably show you guys what I'm looking at. What am I doing? I'm just looking up. I'm just doing all this like off screen. You guys are just sitting around. How embarrassing. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, so this is what Bing is giving me. So, is this the character that y'all are talking about? I'm seeing a lot of different ones, but with different variations, almost. Interesting. I like it. Jeebers. Okay, what is this track? Let's skip ahead from that one. But let's see. Okay, yes, alright. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pick any one of these and just use that as a reference for what I'm drawing. And interesting. Well, if you want to give me some like background on this character, that'd be appreciated because I like their design. But yeah, I guess we'll just go with one of the simpler ones. I'm pretty sure. I think this looks like fan art, but I like it. I like this one, so we're gonna use this one. We're gonna see if we can draw this to the best of our ability. All right then. But all right. So get out of here, Scott. You were fun, but time to move on. Okay, cool. All right then. So let's go ahead and do it. And I like how this one actually comes from a different angle. So let's give it a shot here. I got this. Drawing straight ahead with no plan. That's lovely. Okay, here we go. Okay. I think this one, since the hair is a little more complex, I'm gonna put like a little bit of a structure over it. Not too much though, because like I said, I don't want to take too long. But I got this. All right, so we're gonna do a circle. Just do a basic head shape here, just so I can put everything else on top of it. Okay. All right then. Okay, so this character has like, I'm envisioning two different like strands of hair that are like over the edges here. So we're gonna start with this one. That one's kind of a key. key piece there. And then it looks like that's where the ear comes out on this side, I believe. There we go. That's good. Nice. And now we can continue onward and start like building the hair off of that. Okay. There we go, that should work. Okay. I'm kind of seeing it. Oh, I love this song. This is a good one. Man. Okay, this part, it looks like it's behind him, so I'm gonna see. Okay. There we go. Actually, it's more of like, it's much longer. I should probably do that longer. There we go. There we go. It's a little better. Okay. Alright then. And then there's like the flowers on top, which I gotta add still. So I'm gonna leave some space. Okay. Have you played Binding of Isaac before? No, I have not. But I'll consider adding that to my game list of games to play. If it looks interesting. Okay. So it looks like there's like a lot of different it looks like there's a lot of different flowers up here. I'm gonna draw the flowers first and then draw everything else afterwards. There's like a lot of different flowers. But I might just simplify them because I'm not looking to draw super detailed roses right now. So it'll give me. Nice, nice. That's a good one. Then there's another one. There's another one up there. Might just draw a couple of flowers just to simplify this down, because like I said, this is a more rapid fashion style. Okay, there's that. Man, it's gonna be a pain in the ass to color this, I know, because there's a lot of gaps here. I might just color underneath it. That'll probably be a lot better. There's like some leaves. Okay. And then some more flowers on this side. There we go. And some more leaves. And then one more flower over here. There we go. It's a little messy, but the shapes are there, so you can see it. I believe so. Alright, so now we can connect these and actually make it look nice. So there's like a big piece of hair right here. And then I'll have it come around. Okay, there's that. And then there's this one right here. There we go. Nice. Okay. Nope. Alright, cool, cool. So if any of you are familiar with this game that this character is from, I could use some insight on it. Because I mean, the art style kind of looks appealing. I'll give it that. Okay. There we go. I'd say the hair kind of works here. It doesn't really flow because I didn't include the the line work could be a little bit stronger here. I might just here, strengthen these lines. Also, I hope the music isn't too loud in the background. If it is, holler at me. Because the volume that it is for me is not the same for you guys. So if anything's too loud, or if I'm too loud, then let me know. Alright then. Let's give a thick outline. I'm sure Adobe has a feature just to add an outline around your characters. But I'm too lazy to check, so I'm just gonna do it the long way. Yeah, I'm too lazy to do things the easy way, so I'm just gonna do it the hard way. That makes sense, totally. Okay. Alright, enough goofing. Let's draw the face now. So, in the reference that I'm using, it just has like big, really big anime eyes. So, we're gonna do it like that. And not put too much detail. Yeah, that works. There we go, I see it. And the character doesn't have a nose in this picture, but I'm gonna give it a nose. Just because I think that would make it look better. Okay. All I know is that the game is sad and dark, and there's a reason the game is M-rated, having a bunch of kids take on the story. Oh lord. Man, do I even want to know any more than that? Probably not. Okay. And then there's just dots like this. There's that, but I think I'd rather just color it in like that. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna leave it open for now. And then there's yeah, and then there's the mouth, which in this image is just a circle. But I'm gonna just do it like this. There we go. That's fair. A little bit of a very simplistic mouth. Okay. Alright, I'm looking forward to color this one actually, because I feel like the color is really gonna exemplify a lot of these elements. Alright, so let's go with a little bit of a baby blue here. Or kind of a greenish blue actually. There we go. And then we'll boost it up just a little bit. There we go, that's fair. Yeah. Okay. And once again, don't freak out if, you know, I'm using the wrong colors or whatever. I'm just following the reference that I'm seeing and that I showed you guys. So yeah, so it might not, some of this might not be like, I don't know, accurate, but I'm doing the best I can. And you know what? I'm gonna color this on a separate layer because there's way too many gaps to try and use the bucket tool normally. Although, yeah, that would make the most sense. So I'm gonna do it like that. Yeah. Although I doubt I could use the. I don't think Adobe lets you. Oh, it does. Wow. I didn't think that would work. Interesting. Interesting. I'm surprised that even worked. Although, oh yeah, that's right. It doesn't let you. It doesn't let you erase the bucket. Okay. Never mind then. That was pointless. Never mind. Amori is 15 to 26 hours long. Jesus. Well, yeah. Okay, that eliminates the odds of me playing it. Well, I shouldn't say that. I might, honestly. Because there are a lot of like longer games that I do want to check out, even though I definitely couldn't finish them in one stream. Like Undertale, for example. I've never played Undertale, and I really did want to play Undertale, but I was hesitant for a while to start it because, you know, I'm just worried because I know it's a really long game. Although, hey, I still would probably do that at some point, but I'll have to make multiple streams out of it. And I don't really like making multiple streams of the same game because, well, you know, that kind of kills the variety aspect of my streams. You know, I like to stream a new game each week, just to keep it new, keep it fresh. But maybe that's just me. I could do both. Anyway. Undertale isn't actually long. It really depends on the route you take. Yeah, I know the genocide route is much shorter, I think, but pretty much everyone who's played the game before has screamed at me saying that I shouldn't do the genocide route first for some reason. So I'm like, all right, I won't do that. Omori was originally a comic, really interesting. I haven't heard too many. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Crap. I wasn't paying attention. But I haven't heard too many games being built off of comics. That's interesting. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Alright. Now let's go with this one here. I'm sure there's an easier way to color this, but I have not gotten that advanced yet in Adobe Animate, so we're just going to color this by hand. It's okay. Is there a magic wand tool by chance? I don't know. Still new to this program. Past this route of Undertale should be at least before 3 hours. Really? So, oh, it should be. Okay. I get what you mean. Yeah. I really don't know. Like, I imagine the pacifist route's like the go-to route that you should get first. That's what I hear a lot. You know. Like, whenever I tell someone, oh, I'm thinking about playing Undertale, the first thing they say is, oh, get the pacifist route first. Don't kill anybody. Because especially people who are really into the game. But yeah, like, the fandom loses their mind whenever you kill characters in that game. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Okay. Alright. So that's that. And the eyes are blue, which is nice. Let's give it a bright baby blue. That's too bright. Way too bright. There we go. Basically the same color as the hair. Yeah, like that. Perfect. Nice. And let's see here. Let's give it some sparkle a little bit. I know it doesn't have a kawaii sparkle in its eye, but I'm just gonna add that just because. Okay. What else? The character does have like a little bit of blushing almost, so we'll see if that is necessary or if that kind of kills the piece. Who knows? We'll see. I don't know. It works, I guess. It's not too overbearing, so I'll leave it. Why not? And then what else? Oh yeah, the flowers. Duh. How could I forget? That is very important to do. Very important step in assuring the color is added. Okay. Alright, so there's like a bunch of different multicolors here, so we're just gonna add these on top. If that would work. No, it is not. Okay, cool. Cool, great. Glad to know the program is still working in my favor. Love that. Gotta love that. That's wonderful. I never do genocide routes. I always do pacifist. Yeah, I can agree with that. Especially if it's a game that really, like, you know, connects you deeply with the characters. Like, usually you probably don't want to kill them on your first route, unless you're, like, just a psychopath. Yeah, usually not a huge fan of killing things. Although my opinions can fluctuate. Alright. Wait, what did I just say? I don't know. Just like one shot Undertale melts my heart, so I never do it. Yeah. Is that Jose just in my chat? Wow. Haven't seen you in a long time, man. Well, glad to know you're still here. Thank you for joining in. Here we go. Okay. But yeah, I was actually thinking of doing like a video about one shot, like an actual video, because I do want to get an actual long form video out sometime this week, and I think doing a video on one shot just sounds, fitting, because I do love that game. It's really great, and yes, I will be playing the DLC at some point. Just not now. I've already looked into it, but I'll give it a little bit of time. Okay. Man, these flowers are not wanting to get colored for some reason. Okay, I hope you guys can bear with the fact that some petals are just going to be left uncolored because I do not feel like going back in and undoing the color on the opposite layer. So we're just going to call that finished. Okay. Okay, but anyway, let's see. Let's go back up. Anyway, so thank you, Jesse, for suggesting this character. This was a fun one. I already forgot their name. Basil, that's their name. Okay, so I guess I'll show you the reference. Oops, if it'll show up. Wrong one. That's Chrome. Here we go. All right, this is the reference I used. Yeah, you can kind of see the resemblance. Just the only difference is that one looks bad and the other one actually looks good. But yeah, that was a fun one. Oof. Interesting indeed. No, not now. But yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and continue now. Next up, I think we have let's see, what else do we have? Man. Let's scroll all the way up. Okay. There was Scott Pilgrim, then there's Haley Daly said a shapeshifter. I don't know. I don't know if that's a suggestion or if you were just like commenting about something else, but I don't know if that's a specific character, so we're gonna move past that. Crafter13 says, "Can you draw Jax from The Amazing Digital Circus?" I'm not gonna do that just because like I already did that on my channel earlier. I did like a doodle speed draw of him. And speaking of doodle speed draws, I still need to do one of Uzi Dorman because I said I was. So stay tuned for that. But no, I don't think I'm gonna draw Jax again. I do wanna try some new stuff. But thank you though for the suggestion. Okay, moving on. Okay. Dark X Wolf says, "Can you try and draw Sparky from Murder Drones?" Okay, let's do that. That sounds good. Sparky. It's been a minute since we took a look at the Murder Drones. All right. Oh, that guy. Oh, that was that like that was that like raptor. Interesting. So we need to draw this guy right here. Okay. Well, since he's riddled with detail and horrifying imagery, we're gonna do some interpretation a little bit to try and morph him around into my style. I got this. This will be a fun one for sure. I bet I can. Whoops, crap. Okay, let's erase that. All right, bye bye Basil. Nice knowing you. And gone. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do a lot of interpretation here. So you see this? This can be simplified into very simple shapes. So I'm gonna be doing this in a very simplistic manner. But you guys knew that. Well, most of you know that. If you know anything about my art style, you know it's very simple. I mean, I draw stick figures after all. It's pretty simple. I'm doing great, Bryson. Thank you for asking. I had a pretty swell day today. Okay. All right, then let's do this. All right, this time I'm actually gonna do some construction a little bit. So, just to give it I kind of want this to really get the shape right. So I'm gonna do some sort of construction. So it's got like a pretty I can't really tell from this image, but the kind of looks long. Oh, Hosea, since when do you do live streams? I've been live streaming for a little while now. I'd say like at least a few months. Well, actually, I technically started live streaming like many months ago, but it wasn't like a regular thing. It was just whenever. But yeah, for the past month or so, I want to say like month or two, I've been live streaming every week. So yeah, for those of you who are new here, yeah, I live stream every week, every Wednesday. What the hell is this? I don't know what that was. That was from the Ram puzzle, I think. Gotta love that. Okay, this song is scaring me. We're moving on. Skipping that one. Okay, there we go. Ooh, I do love this. I do love this track. That's a good one. Nice. Yeah. The Ram thing is part of the OST. Yeah, that threw me off guard, honestly. Oh my lord. Speaking of Murder Jones, there's one song I listened to this morning called Forever. Not the short version, but the full version of it. Such a great ending song to Murder Jones. Really. I'll look into that actually, because I do need a song to play for my speed draw that I'm going to do at some point. So I'll look into that. Alright. Talk to you offline about it, but I'm going to go ahead and get back to my 24-hour shift. Alright, well, peace out. Jose Just, it was nice seeing you here. It's been a minute, definitely. Okay. Okay. Man, this is surprisingly difficult. His face actually doesn't look that long, so we're just gonna do it like this. There we go. That makes sense. Because they don't really have the face that, you know, these raptors had. Forgive me, I forgot what they were called, but these robo raptors here from Murder Drones, they don't really have the same face shape as the actual raptors did from Jurassic Park. They're more of like more round shaped, whereas the raptors there actually had like, you know, skinnier faces. At least I think. I think they did. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've seen you know, Jurassic Park, but I think that's how they looked. Crap. Man, I am really stumping myself here. Why is this so hard? It is hard to really wrap my head around for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, we're just gonna nope, not doing that. Nope. I cannot get this to save my life. That is terrible. Alright. Well, when in doubt, start doing interpretations. We love interpretations. And I interpret this as terrible. But nevertheless, we're going to keep moving on. Because we can make this work at some point. Okay. I get that. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and draw the hat now because this character has a big old top hat. I do love my fair share of top hats. A lot, actually. I do like drawing top hats. I don't know why. I think it's probably because of Henry Stickmin. That's why. We'll give it that. Okay. This is kind of like a bubble top hat. But we'll call it fair. Shorten it just a little bit. Shorten the... Yeah, that makes more sense. Make it a little less bubbly and more actual top hatty. Yeah, there we go. That makes sense. Nice. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and do the eyes, which I was looking forward to throughout this part. Because... Yeah. Yeah, that looks hard. Can't wait to do that. Let's draw, like, the neck area. Just to have that, like, ready at some point. There we go. Okay. You should totally draw a toy princess from Princess and Conquest. Interesting. I'll add that to my mental list to look at. There's a few suggestions ahead of you, but I will get to it at some point, so don't worry. Okay. There's like a lot of weird there's like a lot of weird stringy stuff at the back of his head that I don't even know what it is. But like I said, interpretation. It's all about interpretation. So I'm just going to interpret this as something. I don't know what that something is, but it's something. I'm just going to draw his 3 eyeballs. There we go. That works. Sort of. Where'd my music go? One shot, where are you? There we go. Okay. It froze a minute there. Alright, moving back. Hello, 31 Bananas. Nice to see you here. Glad you could join us today. I'll get to your submission soon. Just gotta get through some of these first. I should probably move through these a little bit faster because I know there's people waiting for their suggestion to get drawn. Because even though I know these aren't really that good, but I still want to try to make them at least somewhat appealing. Okay. So I don't know what this stuff is at the back of his head. It looks like wires or something in the reference that I'm using. So I'm just going to draw like actual wires. And there we go. So we're going to have that. There we go. That works. Somewhat. I see that. And then I'll just have more wires coming out back here. Give him some teeth. But not that thick though. Just some indication of teeth. Because it does have teeth, but not much. There we go. And then just this as well. Should probably make it more like robotic and less organic looking. So let's add some like, you know, bolts and whatnot. And screws. There we go. That looks fair. It's kind of cool. Yeah, we'll call that a mission semi-success. I don't think this one's worth coloring since there's not really much color on the character anyway. But I will add, I guess I will color in the eyes though. That's fair. Boink, boink, boink. There we go. Alright, so that was, I completely forgot what this is. Sparky. So this was Sparky from Murder Drones, for those of you who were asking. What up, Horror Game Studio? Nice to see you here. Glad you could join us. Alright, so let's move on. See what's next on our suggestion list. A lot of suggestions, man. I'm hoping I can get through all of them, but might take a minute. All right then. So there's Basil, Sparky. Okay, so next, Bryson. I don't know if you're still here, but you said, "Can you draw a hornet from Silk Song?" That is a great suggestion. I do want to draw that one. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Hornet was a character that I actually have been wanting to draw for a while, actually. So this is a great opportunity to do that. Okay, let's go Hornet. I don't know if she looks different in Hollow Knight than she does in Silk Song, but you did say Silk Song, so I'll use that kind of reference for that. All right, so now let's pick a reference to observe, and I think this is already a good one. Boom. I can draw that. If I can't draw this, and then I should reconsider my career, because this is very, very simple. I can definitely do this one. In fact, since this one is so simple, I'll actually try and make it like accurate, you know. Because all these other ones I've kind of just been reinterpreting because they're a little complex. But this one I feel like I can do pretty well. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it first. Let me get some water. I'm already thirsty. Hang on. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Okay. So I think starting with the head looks like the most obvious sense. So she has a very, very elongated head, clearly, and it's like, it's kind of like that, honestly. Which part of me is worried if that even is right. That can't be right. Hold on. I need to make sure there's room for. Need to make sure there's room for the face, while also making sure that it's long enough. That was a questionable statement. But yeah. Nah. I have a feeling this is not gonna be an easy shape to get well in one pencil stroke, but I'm gonna try and do it. Come on. Come on. Okay, that one's not bad. That's not a bad one. No. No. We don't do that. We don't do that. There we go. That kind of looks good. I can kind of see that. Let's zoom in real close here, because I want to get this pretty accurate. Okay. Thank you, vectors, for being inaccurate as usual, but there we go. And then let's close that a little bit. The image doesn't have like pointy eyes, but I think it makes the most sense to give it some sort of fine point in a way. We'll shave it off just a little bit. There we go. Those are the eyes. Okay. That worked. Actually, that one's a little bit too big. We can shave that down a bit. There we go. A little more, a little more. There we go. Shaw. Okay. So there's that. And then there's the I guess cape. Is that what you call it? It's more of a dress, but we'll call it a cape. There's that. Kind of looks like this in a way. Just following it as close as I can. There we go. There we go. Okay. I'm kind of getting the shape down. Just a little bit. Although it is a little bit long, though, so I'm going to try and see if we can just move it. There we go. Cheats. There we go. Okay. And then there's like this part here. And there's that right there. And then that one. There we go. That kind of works. In a way. Somewhat. Okay, let's move that up here just so I have room for the... Actually, I'm gonna have to shrink it down just so I have room for the legs. There's like a There's this leg. I think it'd be easier if I just turn up the size and just draw these straight up. There we go. I can do that. Yeah. Okay. Now let me go through and erase that. It would have been easier if I just used a different layer, but whatever. I gotta say the one-shot OST was probably the perfect music I could have played here, because it's pretty relaxing. That's what I love about One Shot, is that even though it's terrifying and hectic, it's also a very relaxing game. It slaps. Of course, right as I say that, a dramatic song starts playing. Oh my god. That's fine then. No biggie. Just gonna color these in. Yeah. Okay. So, for some reason, I don't know why, but for some reason she has like a slit in her leg. I don't know if that's like a... I don't know if that's like a mistake in the... I don't know if that's a mistake. It could be a mistake, to be honest. But just for the sake of consistency, I'm gonna keep it that way. Alright then. First I'm gonna sharpen the leg just a little bit. There we go. Like sharp points. Then we'll add the slit. Nice. Okay, cool, cool. And then for... Oops, let's turn that down. To mimic shading, I'll just add a little line right here. That'll give the illusion of shading. But yeah. Alright, I think that's good. There's also her like staff or whatever. So we're just gonna go ahead and add that. The slit in her leg is from the slash for sword thing. Okay, I kind of get it now. Okay, that makes sense. Well, that makes sense, sort of. Well, in that case, it's good if I draw the sword then. So that could, you know, work out. For some reason, this is really hard to draw smoothly. Let's see if I can... There we go. That's a good one. Nice. And then it goes up. It's a pretty long sword. It goes up here, so we're gonna do it that way. There we go. Whoops. There we go. Okay, that should be it then. That does not match up at all, but we're just gonna pretend that it does. Okay, cool. Alright, that was a decent one. Oh wait, I should probably color it though. I think this one deserves color. Okay. Let's see. Has like a dark reddish reddish purplish color. Let's see. Like that. Yeah, that works. And then, yeah, then there's that. That's pretty much it, really. I don't think there's any other color anywhere else. I would shade that one, but I think I've done enough on it. That was a fun one. We liked that one. A little more detail just on the cape or the cloak, I guess. It's more of a cloak, honestly. But yeah. All right. I like that one. I do notice that like her stance is a little bit off. I've noticed that in the reference. Like it actually looks like she's jumping. Here, I'll show you. That's what I did get wrong here in the reference. Whoops. Hold on. Let's shorten it down a little bit. Like you can see here that, you know, it's more in line with her, I guess, where her spine would be. Whereas here, I kind of misaligned that just a little bit. So I could try to make that better by just like, let me see. Is there a lasso tool? Let me just see if I can grab that. And I do this all the time, by the way. This is nothing new. Just kind of like turn it. There we go. So that way it looks a little bit more like she's actually jumping. There we go. That looks a lot better, although I don't know why that's erasing that though. Normally it doesn't. Normally it doesn't erase bucket tools, but it's fine. We'll do it that way. There we go. She can look better with shading. Yeah, I know. I know the shading would make it look better, but I don't want to waste too much time on this one because we have other suggestions to go through. But thank you, Bryson, for the suggestion. This was a really good one. Wait, was that you suggested it? I think that was you, right? Yeah, that was you. Okay, cool. All right. Well, this was a fun one. So let's move on now. Let's see. Gotta scroll up again. All right, then. So there was that one. There was that one. And here we go. Okay. Basil, Bill Clifford. Okay. Bill Clifford from Gravity Falls, huh? Let's see. I can't say. Yeah, I really don't know who that is, honestly, if I'm gonna be totally honest. I couldn't tell you. No, not Bill Gates. Bill Clifford. What was the name? I can't even remember. Bill Clifford. Let's see. Oh, this character. Oh yeah, I've seen you before. Yeah. I was never a big Gravity Falls guy, but this does look like a character that I would draw. So yeah, I'll draw that one for sure. Oh, Cypher. I knew that. I knew that totally. I might be dyslexic, honestly. I read stuff incorrectly so much. But okay, let's draw Bill Cypher. Oops. Sorry, Hornet. You have to say goodbye. Okay. So this one seems pretty simple. It's just a triangular shaped Illuminati-like character. And it has a top hat, which makes it exactly the kind of character that I would draw. But because he's so simple, I'm gonna make this one a little bit. I'm gonna go a little bit off the rails here and make this one a little unhinged. Because I like doing unhinged drawings sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. Alright. Okay, let's do the eyelashes. I'm gonna add a ton of eyelashes to make it as hideous as possible. See, the drawing, the actual character only has like 6, but this one we're gonna add more. Then we're gonna add a long a long pupil. Oh yeah, that's creepy. Oh yeah. I like that one. Let's give it a eyebrow. No eyebrows. We don't do that. And instead of a brick pattern, we're just gonna add like cracks, I guess. That's perfect. Maybe I should just make. Honestly, I should do a whole stream dedicated to just like cursed drawings. That'd be lovely. Oh no! Wait, hold on a sec. What track is this? Ugh. This. Oh god, this track is giving me PTSD. Oh lord. This is the music that was playing on that. Oh goodness lord, that maze puzzle at the end of the game. Ugh. I hated that. I hated every minute of that. Anyway, moving on. I mean, the song is great. I love the song, but boy, is it tied to like my least favorite part of the game. Ugh. It's okay. I have calmed down since then. I really don't know why I was mad in the first place, but nevertheless, I love this. I love this song. Okay, right? I love this song. Really, it's a great song. But the fact that it's placed at that point in the game just really does not sit right. I don't know. You rewatched the stream. It took me over an hour. Oh lord. Is it even fair to say that it took me over an hour? Because I ended up having to just look up the solution. And then, oh lord. What up, Blaze Animations? I like the way you draw characters. Thank you. Appreciate it. I don't draw characters like this all the time. But when I do, it's an enjoyment. There we go. I'm giving him blood vessels too. All right, let's give him some. Let's give him some creepy arms. Hell yeah. Honestly, Meat Canyon should hire me. I'm pretty good at destroying childhood characters at this point. Yeah, I really should just do a whole stream dedicated to cursed drawings, because I could definitely be good at that. All right then, let's give him some foots. Actually, here, let's give him some. just for giggles, I'm just gonna give him thick thighs for no reason, and then it's gonna be like skinny the rest of the way. Interesting, for sure. And then we'll give him feet for some reason. There we go. Lovely. Now look at that. That's a true masterpiece right there. And yeah, I love that. Even though it like looks so hideous, right? It looks so hideous, but when you look at it side by side, you can tell it's the same character, you know? Like that's the interesting part of it. Let's see. Let's color it. Not that bright. Okay. Okay, so now let's look at it. Let's look at it side by side. See, that's the best part about mangling characters, though. If you can make them look horrifying while still keeping the essential features, you know, it becomes an interesting chain of events. But okay. But okay, I'm not gonna do that again. I'll take the rest of the submissions seriously. But that was fun though. I enjoyed that. Okay, don't worry. I'll get this guy off the screen so that you don't have to look at him. Okay. All right. Who's next? Let's scroll up. Let's see. Moving on. There's this one. This one. All right. You can scroll pretty low down. Okay. So Miles says you should totally draw Toy Princess from Princess and Conquest. Once again, absolutely no clue who that is, but we're about to find out. And Conquest. Not that Conquest. Stand ready for my arrival. That's weird. I cannot. I can't seem to find this character. I don't know. I have Princess and Conquest, which I don't know what that is, but here, let me look that up. Princess and Conquest. No. And then the princess. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of princess-like characters here. I really don't know. Really can't say I know for sure who it is you're talking about. So, am I using Google? No, I'm using Bing. But I can look at it on Google too. Here, let me see. Do you know the name of this character? Because if there's a name, then just give me that and I can look it up. Or should I just pick... Some of these characters look interesting to draw, though. I could just pick one of these. Any of them. There's this character here that kind of looks like a princess. Is that the one you're talking about? It says Gazer Princess. Interesting. Her name is Toy Princess. Interesting. Let me see. Toy Princess. Let's see. Let's look up Toy. I did look up Toy Princess and then... I see Skeleton Princess. I really... She has the button eye. Okay. Princess and Conquest. Toy Princess. Is it a dragon? Is it a dragon character? Is that what it is? No. That can't be it. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, Mal, but I don't think I can find this character. I don't know who you're talking about. Because I'm looking all over. I'm seeing like a ton of different characters, and there's not really one specific character. So, but I do I do see a lot of similar characters that could be what you're talking about. Let's. All right. Let's try Google. Let's try Google. Princess. Let's see. Well, this is a terrifying song to have in the background. That's for sure. Even Google's not really hitting me with much. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Is this it? This must be it. If I could get a good, better quality, that'd be nice. I don't know. Here we go. Oh, okay, I see. I found her. Found her. That only took 20 years, but I found it. That must be it. Here. Let's see if I can shrink it down. Oops. Crap. Okay. Is it this one here? Toy Princess? That must be it, right? I'm gonna just assume that's it. Because it has the button eye, like you said. Alright, we'll do that. And a while later, can you do Madeline from Celeste? Yeah, sure, of course. Definitely. It's a peachy submission. Alright then. Okay, let's do this. Alright, enough goofing around. Whoops. Let's finally draw this one. Man, that took so long just to find. I'm worried. I'm worried now that it took too long. Anyway, let's see. Okay. Alright then, let's begin. Let's begin drawing. Okay. So, let's see. How do I even go about doing this? I got this speed challenge here. I am speed. Alright. She got 2 horns. Horn-like shapes. On her head. And then she has this. Boom. Hell yeah. Wow, I nailed that. Almost. That was meant to be like a that was meant to be like a warm-up, but this came out pretty good, so I think I'm gonna roll with it. I can make this work. Yeah. I gotta say though, this game seems like it's well known, and yet this character was like so hard to find for some reason. I don't know. But yeah. What are your top 5 shows and movies? Just asking. Wow. That's a good question. I really don't know. Top 5 shows. Well, I can guarantee you movie wise, let's see. I honestly can't say I watch a ton of movies. I call me a child, but I still watch animated movies a lot. I'm definitely putting like Studio Ghibli up there on that list. They've made a lot of like some of my favorite movies. So, I can't give you my exact top 5, but I'll tell you some contenders for top 5. So, Spirited Away is definitely up there. That's a good one. Ponyo, I love that one. I gotta put a Pixar movie up there, but Prime Pixar, not whatever the hell they're doing nowadays. Screw that. The Incredibles, that's a good one. That one still holds up from Pixar's catalog. And what else? I think what are the good ones out there? Hmm. I think putting like animation aside, there's also a couple other movies I like. Um, a couple other movies and shows. Like what else? I guess I like Marvel kind of a little bit. I haven't seen a lot, mainly just the Spider-Man films. Those are the only Marvel films that I've really watched. That and the Avengers ones, I guess, if you count those. But I haven't watched all of them. But yeah. Alright, family, I'll see you soon then. Thank you for being here thus far. Spirited Away is such a good movie. Yeah, it is. It is a great one. Another great Studio Ghibli movie is Kiki's Delivery Service. I actually like that one. I don't think it holds up as well compared to when I first watched it, but it's definitely one of my personal favorites. And what else? I think what's up with her mouth here? I'm gonna interpret the mouth as just stitched on. Okay. What else? You mentioned movies and TV shows. So I'll tell you there's one show that I'm into right now. It's called Invincible. It's an animated show. I'm sure you've heard of it, right? It's a really good show. I like it a lot. It's pretty like it's pretty like gruesome, that's for sure. So if you're not into like, you know, animated gore, then maybe don't check it out. But it's a really good show. I got into it a lot when it first came out. And it's still continuing, but yeah, it's a great one. Some other animated shows that I'm currently into. The Amazing Digital Circus, that's a good one. That show is still ongoing. I like it a lot. I don't think it's nearly as like emotionally investing as some other shows I've seen, but it's a fun show nonetheless. So I like it. Anyway, let's see. And this character here seems pretty fun. Looks like she's wearing like a, I don't know, like a jester hat almost. So let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Another question: have you heard the show Gravity Falls? If so, how far into the show are you? Yeah, I know about Gravity Falls. I think I just drawed one of the characters from Gravity Falls. I know about Gravity Falls, although I never really watched it. I I've seen some other Cartoon Network shows, like you know, like regular shows, Steven Universe, Amazing World of Gumball. Actually, wait, Gravity Falls isn't even Cartoon Network. I think it's like Disney XD. I'm pretty sure. Regardless, I haven't seen it. No. So yeah, sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not a Gravity Falls fan. Oh, well, the art style looks great. So yeah, it does look like a good show. I just never really watched it. Yeah. Although I did watch Steven Universe. That I know that show is often compared to Steven Universe because it has a similar art style. But yeah. Yeah, I think we'll... Alright, let's go ahead and wrap this one up fast here. I think it's only fair that I color this one. You should give her some chocolate. Here. Have some rectangles. Because everyone knows that chocolate bars are rectangles. How's that for a reference? Okay. Whoops, I don't know why I keep trying to save. I instinctively try to save even though I'm not actually, you know, I'm doing this for real. Okay. Let's put some color on her. Looks like she's brown-ish, which is a little lame. Let's give her like a reddish brown. Maybe bump up the brightness. Make it a little more interesting. For some reason you are not. There we go. Whoops. There we go. Damn. Is this from One Shot? What is this? It's time to fight crime, eh? I do not remember this soundtrack from the game. Oh well. It looks like the next upcoming songs here are from the Solstice route. So, I'll still listen to it, but might spoil it for me just a little bit. But who cares? It's fine. No big deal. No big D. Alright. It is nice though. Alright, we got a purple button. And then the brown's a little bit white. That's not the right color. There we go. That's also not the right color. There we go. That's a little better. Okay, what else? This part up here is like dark gray. And then this part up here is like purple and black, but we'll just do it purple for the sake of simplicity and also to make it match the button. I think that's fair. Whoops, I clicked undo too far. Okay, there we go. And then we'll also give the crown some color too. There we go. Then we'll do that. Okay. And then some orange once again. Alright, there you go. And that is Toy Princess. Nice. Nice. Thank you, Mayo, for the suggestion. Okay, now let's move on. Let us move on here. What else we got? Let's see. I know there was a lot of suggestions like piling up a few minutes ago. 31 bananas. I don't know if you're still here, but you suggested a stick man with the Roblox man face. I'm gonna kindly reject that offer, thank you, because I've done that before, and I don't think that would be fun. You should do pneumonia from pneumonia. Okay, Haley Daly, I'll see who that is. Let's see, it shouldn't be... It's a little bit loud. Okay. Let's see. Pneumonia. Pneumonia. I'm not really finding a whole lot. I don't know if this is it. Is pneumonia like a red-haired character? Red-haired animated character with wings by chance? If so, Oh, well, would you look at that? Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Wow. Okay. Let's I don't know. I really don't know who that is, and frankly, I can't find a good reference of it, so we're just gonna move past that one. Okay. Horror Game Studio. I don't know if you're still here, but you said Freddy Fazbear. I'm gonna decline that one too because I did that last stream. Let's see. Bit of shaping, and there's Bill Cipher. There's that one. Nice. Okay. Blaze animation suggests you should do Kirby. Kirby, I don't think I've done that one yet. All right. We'll draw Kirby. Yes, I can draw Kirby 100% since that one was next on my list. So yeah, we'll draw Kerbo. Kerbo, it's a pretty simple one, so I think, like usual, we'll give him some more detail. I can try harder on the simpler ones because they leave room for, you know, detail. Alright then. I don't think I need a reference, but I'll pull up one anyway just because. Alright. I think since Kirby's so simple, we can draw him like in one of his copy ability forms. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's see. Kerbo. Oh, that's a nice reference. I like that one. Alright, let's do that. Whoops. Alright. Alright, Kerbo. You are gonna get drawn today. Literally. Alright, so for Kirby, I'm actually a really big fan of Kirby games. I should probably play a Kirby game on stream sometime. But the thing about Kirby games, and this might be a bit controversial, I think a lot of Kirby games suffer from them being a little bit too kid-friendly, if I have to say. And when I say kid-friendly, I don't mean like, you know, age rating wise, you know, but I do think they're kid-friendly in terms of its difficulty. You know, like they're not very mean to the players, and sometimes I like it when games are mean to the players, just to, you know, give them somewhat of a bad time. Cause I like games that are challenging as long as they're fair. But sometimes Kirby games can be a little bit too easy. I mean, they have challenging like extra stuff at the end, but other than that, I think they can be a bit too easy. But maybe that's just me. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna give him his hat. Let's see. We'll keep that straighter. Let's see. I'm gonna sketch up this one pretty nicely. And this track here is great, but I'm gonna skip ahead because this is not a good one. Sorry, Solstice. There we go, that one's nice. Like that one. Okay, let's move on. Let's get a little bit higher up here. So, nice. Welcome back, Femi. So, I'm drawing Kirby right now. But since you know Kirby's a simple one, I'm actually trying to make this one a little more detailed, so we're adding a bit more to it than it would be. There we go. Nice. Okay. Turn off sources. Oh yeah, the soundtrack. I totally forgot. I totally forgot about that, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I did have it on Solstice. That's right. Okay. So okay, we'll stop. I guess we'll whoops. Okay. We'll stop it there then. And then we'll find a different one. Let's see. Okay then. Any soundtrack excuse me. Any soundtrack suggestions then, chat? What do you guys got? What's your favorite other favorite soundtrack? I'm sure I could have sworn there was like other soundtracks that I wanted to listen to. I don't know. Whatever, just let me know what other soundtracks I should start playing, because I'm pretty sure I got through the end of the base game from one shot. So so what do you guys think? There's another soundtrack to a game that you guys like, then that would be good to recommend. Scott Pilgrim, the game OST is a pretty good one. Let's give it a listen, because why not? Scott, let's see, Pilgrim, no, Pilgrim, no, Grim. There we go. There we go. Okay. Scott Pilgrim versus the World game OST. Okay, that sounds very good. Let's give it a listen. Okay. Yeah, I like it. Very very what's the word? Much more upbeat than than the last one was, that's for sure. Whoops. It's a big change. Anyway. Alright then, let's finish this. No, that wasn't a Shrek impression, but now that you mentioned that, that did sound a lot like Shrek. No, that was just a random accent that I was doing. I have a habit of just changing my accent for no reason. I don't know. Honestly, now that you mentioned it, it kind of sounded more like Gru than Shrek. Your favorite band made this track. They love working with Scott Pilgrim, and they're making the music for the new game too. That's cool. Kind of gives off heavy metal vibes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Anyway, I need to stop talking and get back to work here. I've had the drawing on the same part for like 3 minutes now. And if it wasn't already clear, I'm drawing Kirby in his like sword form here. Hence why he has the hat on. So yeah. Alright, so we're gonna give him his foot. And then right there, he has his other foot. I guess speaking of Kirby, have any of you guys watched have any of you guys watched what's it called? Crap. There was actually a Kirby series that came out back in the day. It was an anime. I forgot what it was called though. It was like Kirby Right Back at Ya. That's what it was called. If any of you guys watched that, I watched a little bit of it. It was charming at best, but not that great of a show. Like as a Kirby show, yeah, it was great, but as a show in and of itself, it was just kind of whatever. Hello, Kaden and Gab. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Can I draw A and G from Avatar: Last Airbender? I'll look into that. I'll add that to my list. I still have a few suggestions to get through, but absolutely, I'll check it out. and seen a few clips, but no, I never watched it. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of it. I just seen like the first episode or two. It was like I'll give it like a, as a Kirby show I'll give it an 8 out of 10, but as a series in of itself, it was just whatever. Anyway. Okay. So let's see what else we got here. I'm gonna have his hand come up like that. Kirby's little nubs that he has. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna need his hand to like come around this way here and be above the, you know, above his hat. So we're gonna have to do some erasing here. Some episodes are real sad and dark. Really? I haven't seen a lot of sad episodes. Yeah. I only saw like the first few episodes, and they weren't like that crazy or dark. So I kind of figured the whole show was just like really squeaky clean without much like, you know, dark stuff. But if it does get dark, then maybe it is worth giving another chance. Okay. Okay, it looks like he has the, you know, this. Kirby has the power just to somehow hold items without even possessing any fingers. Let's see. There we go. Draw that. Okay. What else? I don't know if I'm gonna have space, so we're gonna have to move him down a little bit. Come on, Kerbo. Get down here. I gotta draw your sword. Kirby is practically a god if he defeats them. Pretty much, yeah, honestly. I think MapPat made a video about that. Okay. There we go. Want to make sure there's a lot of space here for his sword. So Kirby's gonna have a jumbo sword. If I can draw it. Why are swords always so difficult to draw for some reason? Probably because they have to be symmetrical. Yeah, that makes sense. Come on. That does not look like a sword. That just looks like a tie upside down. How do you draw swords? I completely forgot. Maybe I should just keep this going, but make it, like, sharper. I'm good at drawing swords on paper. That's because I can actually use a ruler. Although here, the ruler feature is kind of garbage. Because... well, I guess that works, kind of. Yeah, we can go with that. That works. But I'll shorten it a little bit. What else we got? You know what? I don't like that. That's too perfect. I like this one more because it's actually made by man. There we go. That looks way better. I struggle with swords too. I know your pain. My OC sometimes wields a sword when he isn't using a hammer. I used to only draw my OCs with swords. Like, I don't know if you've seen, like, my older animations, but they always use swords. Which is why I only ever drew swords once and then just copy and pasted them. Because I hated drawing swords. Yeah, I know. Lazy. Anyway, this, where's the lasso tool? Speaking of lazy, I'm about to do the laziest thing on Earth, and that is I'm gonna just gonna grab the sword and I'm just gonna elongate it. Because I do not want to, you know, redraw it again. Okay. And I think it's gonna go out of frame here. Yeah, a little bit. It's okay. That works. That works. Just barely. Just barely. Alright then. And Kerbo has a... There's like another... There's like a gem or something in the middle of the sword, which I don't think is in the game, but it's in this image here that I'm referencing. So, we're gonna use it. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. One, two, three. There we go. Okay. I'll leave the interior for later if I want to color it, which I might color this one, since this is a good looking one. Nice. I gotta say, I do like the soundtrack. This is a good one. I do think this is surprisingly more fitting for an art stream. It's a little more action-packed. I like action. Alright. So yeah, I'll give this OST a big thumbs up in my book. It's a pretty good one. For some reason I can't draw this triangle shape, and I don't know why. Come on. I don't know why it's so hard to draw. That works. Let's see. You should play the Scott Pilgrim game sometime. It's difficult at first, but once you get good, it's very fun. Well, I do like difficult games, so a game being difficult doesn't necessarily sway my interest from it, because, I mean, some of my favorite games are extremely difficult games. So, I think I would still be interested. If you want to know the story, just watch the movie. But that I might. I think I'd probably just watch the movie first. And then if I like it, then I'll check out the game. I think that's a fair trade-off. Let's see, what else we got? Alright. Alright, there he is. Kerbo in all his glory. That actually came out pretty well, for the most part. Although there are a lot of details that I deliberately left out, because I just don't think they're worth drawing. But I can draw this part. Let's see here. There we go. Not bad. The game doesn't have cutscenes. There are, but it's mini animation with sprites and just images. What, so kind of like one-shots cutscenes? Because they're not really animated, they're just kind of like images. Which isn't a bad thing, you know. I don't think all games need animated cutscenes. Sometimes it works better when it's just visuals. But yeah. Alright. Let's see. Adding some perspective. Well, not perspective, more like depth. Oh, there's no dialogue. Okay, that does change things a little bit then. Because if there's no dialogue, then that leaves a lot left to just the audience's interpretation. Which can be a hit or miss, depending on, you know, if it's good at telling a coherent narrative without speaking, which it can be. I'm not ruling it out or anything. It's just a thought. All right, Kerbo, I think I'm gonna give you an outline just to kind of clean up the edges here, to solidify everything. I think I'm gonna do that, starting with this part. Let's go big outline. This is like a habit of mine. Every time I draw something, I like to just give it an outline. Just because I think it does a good job of just kind of bringing everything together. And it makes it look like a solid, you know, bold color, bold character. But I only go around the piece. I don't really go inside that much unless it's like, unless it needs extra touch-ups. Like this part, for instance, like it could use a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a ease in. There we go. I'll go ahead and share with you guys some plans I have for my streams going forward. So I was thinking of, oh, thank you, Bryson, appreciate it. But no, I was thinking of actually displaying the chat like on screen, you know, so that like you can actually see it. Like after the stream is done, you can actually see the chat on screen even. I'm thinking about doing that because I think for two reasons. One, it'll get around the whole stream delay problem that I was having last stream, where people were typing in the chat and it would get really confusing because you couldn't really tell exactly when I see the message because there's a delay. But if you can actually see the messages in real time, you can kind of help get around that. And also it'll make rewatching the stream a little bit better because you can actually see what people are saying without having to go through the, you know, live chat replay button, which I'm pretty sure most people don't know exists. See a bunch of you see a bunch of tubers do that. It's a fun idea. Yeah, it seems so. Yeah, I might try that out just to see how it goes. I probably wouldn't do that for every stream though. Like for some streams that, you know, maybe don't require a ton of like input, I don't think I'll do it. But for streams like this, for instance, where everyone's giving suggestions for me to draw, like art streams are definitely streams that I would do that on, because I think that would help a lot. And if I do another art stream, I might, and if I ever do like another time-based art stream, then I might go ahead and test it next week. Yeah, okay. I'll give it a test next week just to see how it goes. I was gonna do it this stream, but I thought nah, because I didn't want to risk, you know, people not liking it. But I wanted to like kind of hit you guys up with the idea first. So, but yeah, I'll try it out next week, see how it goes. But no, as I was saying, if I end up doing another time-based art stream, then I'll put up an actual good timer on stream that time. Because last time I was just using like the Windows timer that's on my computer, and it doesn't even show up like for you guys when I click away from it, so it was so annoying. I'll get myself an actual speedrun timer. You know, I'll download those or figure out how to download those, however you do it, and then I'll have that on screen. That'll look way better. Just so you guys can actually see the time. And if you guys have any suggestions for like other art-based challenges, you know, that would make it more interesting, then feel free to hit me with those, because I love a challenge. You know, I still like streams like this that are just chill, with me actually being able to, you know, take my time and draw steadily, but challenges are also fun. All right. I'm kind of getting into this one, honestly. Normally I wouldn't really care about like fine details like this, but this one is kind of fun. Kind of entertaining. Okay. Let's see what we got so far. So yeah, it's a Kerbo, there you go, it's Kerbo and his sword. Sword Wrath. And where are my manners? I haven't even done his face yet. Let's see. Alright then. So we're gonna give him big eyes, like usual. Those aren't too big, but it works. Are his eyes? His eyes are pretty far apart, so... I nailed that on my first try. That was impressive. Normally drawing ovals takes me forever, but that was a good attempt. Okay. So he has this. There we go. In the reference, his eyes don't actually go behind his hat, so I'm worried. Yeah. Yeah, let's change that. His eyes do stay on him. Visible. Yeah, that looks better. That's more Kirby-like. But he still has the angry eyes. What up, BLCK0WT13? I don't know how to pronounce the name, and I'm not going to try it, but thank you for joining in. Things are going great. Feel free to drop any suggestions you want me to draw, and I'll get to them when I get to them. Might take me a while, but... oh well. I just realized, it's like... damn, we're already 2 hours in. I didn't even notice. I guess time flies when you're drawing. Blackout, okay. Thank you for the correction. Alright. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how his eyes look. His eyes look pretty nice. I like that. But let's give Kirby his iconic mouth. He has the... there we go. There we go. Damn, this song here is pretty good. I like that one. Alright then, let's This track was such a meme. Really, why? Actually, I shouldn't ask why. On the internet, anything can become a meme for literally no reason. Even numbers, apparently. Thank you, Gen Alpha. Thanks, Gen Alpha, for that. Okay. Hold on. Is my microphone in a good spot? Hope it is. I don't know. I can never figure out a good spot or a good position for my microphone. I put it in a completely new position each stream. I'm not even joking. And I can never tell which sounds better. Okay. Nevertheless. Looking good. Thank you, Haley. Appreciate it. I feel bad because I don't remember who suggested Kirby. I think it was... no, I do remember. It was... let me see. Blaze Animations. Yeah. Give Kirby a top hat and a bow tie. I would love to do that. That sounds amazing, but I've already gave him his regular hat. But you know what? That does sound like something I would do. So I'll do that. I'll do that one day. Don't worry. Just not today. Okay. For some reason, I can't get his mouth right. I don't know. His mouth looks kind of off to me. Do you guys see anything wrong with it? Probably not. It's just an artist thing. As usual, it's usual for artists to see mistakes that no one else sees. What up, Kate and Gab? Nice to see you back here. Yeah. I'll probably draw a Kirby with a bow tie, like, for one of my speed draws. That sounds like a great concept for my doodle page. But I will post a speed draw here on my channel. So if you're new here, subscribe. Then you can see it. Well, all right, Blackout, get some sleep. Thank you for tuning into the stream. It was nice having you here, man. And you have a good night. Or morning. Whatever time it is for you. For me, it's 8 o'clock, but yeah. Okay. All right, so Kirby has these eyes here. It's crazy that I'm spending the most time on probably the simplest character that I've drawn yet on stream. It's crazy. Whatever. Do you remember that one meme that went around people drew their OC doing? It was the hip thrust with the Move Your Body song with it. It was a meme I saw everyone on Instagram. Probably. I mean, I could think of like 3 different memes I saw with that song. So, like, yeah, I can definitely hear what you're talking about. And now that song is like, you know, running through my head. Gosh darn it. No. Crap. Okay. Okay. One of those memes was started from a character from the Scott Pilgrim game. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Memes can originate from mysterious places. You've been awake for 2 days straight? I can see you're really living up to your name because you're about to have a blackout from the lack of energy. Holy hell. Go to sleep, man, please. We're concerned for your health and well-being. But honestly, I feel you, man. Sometimes sleep we just don't have time for. I really shouldn't be talking. I mean, I got like not much sleep either last night. I was up all night working on videos. Actually. Victory dance. Oh god, what is this soundtrack? That was a rough opening. Jeebers. Alright then. Man. I'm struggling to get the sparkle in Kirby's eye right. I don't know, it just looks off to me. Doesn't seem right. Doesn't look right. It's alright. We'll call it. We'll call it good for now. The trauma I got fighting the boss with this track. Oh god. That's the great thing about video game tracks, is that they can remind you. They remind you of the torture you can experience sometimes. Man. Let's turn it. Man. Good lord. Sometimes I can't stand... Sometimes I cannot stand vector brushes. They infuriate me. I could really use a raster brush right now to get into these cracks here. Oh well. Either way. Oh my lord. What up? What up, Blaze Animations? I'm drawing Kirby. I'm pretty sure it was you who suggested it. So yeah. I think it looks pretty good so far, although he definitely needs a makeover with the coloring. Let's see. Any art tips to the viewers? Just keep drawing. I don't know. I don't know. That's the best art advice I can give. Yeah, I'm still drawing Kirby. I'm putting a stupid amount of time into this one for some reason. But as far as art tips go, what tip could I give that hasn't already been said 100 million times? Honestly, just pick up a pencil, because if you're using anything other than AI, then you're instantly a pro artist compared to them. So just think about that. That'll give you confidence if you're doubting your art skills. Just be like, hey, at least I don't use AI. There you go. See, while you guys are picking up pencils and working hard to get good at art, there are AI bros out there who couldn't even be bothered to do it. So they ask Grok to generate images for them so they can feel proud about it. I know it's not really an art tip, but it's just something worth pointing out. Yeah. You still have time after you're done with Kirby. Can you draw Sparky? He's a Sentinel drone. Yeah, I did draw Sparky earlier. I don't know if you were still here, but yeah, I drew him earlier. You can rewind the stream after the broadcast is over, and you can see it if you want, or you could rewind right now. It's up to you. But yeah, I did draw. Yeah, I use AI, actual imagination. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy that you spent so much time drawing a simple character. Yeah, I think I pointed that out too. Because there were other characters here that I drew quickly, despite being like so complex. And meanwhile here is like the simplest character in history, and yet I've spent almost like half an hour drawing him. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to try and wrap this one up, because I do want to get to other people's suggestions. I know people were giving a lot of suggestions, and I feel bad that I haven't gotten to them yet. So we're going to do that. Okay. Hello, 31 Bananas. Yes, I see you. I'm sorry. Sorry for not addressing you. Hi, I see you. I see your name in my chat. And yeah, the stream is going swell. And I will get to your suggestion. I know you probably I think you did suggest something a little while ago. I don't know if I got to it yet. No, it was the Stickman one. Okay. But yeah. I see you. 1 hour later, Kirby's still not done. Has it really been an hour? No way. Please tell me you were just joking. Please tell me you're joking. I have not been at this for an hour, have I? Oh god. That's kind of sad. Okay, I'm gonna finish this. Like right now. God, it's kind of crazy that I spent Although I can't lie, I was getting into this one. This one was pretty fun. Okay. I don't think his feet look like that. Okay, good. How long has it been? I feel like I've only been at this for like... It's only been like 30 minutes, maybe, at best. I'll say that. I'll give it... Yeah, I think 30 minutes sounds about right. Okay. Ew. Okay. Let's see here. For the record, I don't actually take this long normally. I can't really explain why I'm putting so much detail into this one. I mean, I guess this is just one of those products that you start thinking that, like, yeah, I'm not gonna try that hard. It's just a simple drawing, and then it starts, you know, you start really getting into it, and then you think, okay, well, now I should probably finish it. That's basically what happened here. Because, yeah. Let's draw Kerbo's eyes. Whoops. I don't know what I just pressed. Ew. I don't know why his pupils look like that. But I'm gonna use baby blue. That feels much better. And we'll brighten it up a little bit. There we go. Nice. It's been 40 minutes since you started. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I'll give... That sounds about right, honestly. Okay, went back and watched it. Nice job. I'm definitely gonna go and color it myself later. Oh yeah, go ahead, man. If you want to. It's all entirely up to you. So it has been 40 minutes since I started this Kirby one, at least. That sounds about right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. So yeah, I am gonna try and finish this up, like I've been saying. It's kind of a little sad, honestly, that I've spent more time on this one than I have with some of the other ones. So I'm gonna try and put a little more effort here once I move on to the other suggestions. Crap. There we go. Okay. There we go. That's Kerbo. That's Kerbo in all his glory. Oh boy. You see, I almost want to add shading to this one. But I'd be crazy to consider that. I'm doing it. I'm doing it because why not? Don't worry, I can add quick shading. Shading does not take long at all, thankfully. If you use my secret technique, which is just putting black over it. And then there you go. Boom. Shading. Boom. Instant shading. A lot of people don't know about this trick, actually. They try to actually put shading by selecting darker colors of each, you know, part, and then it takes forever. And they don't realize that they can just put black over the image at a lower opacity, and then it looks just like shading. Just like that. And there we go. There we go. Okay. Nice. And there we go. Okay. And there he is. Okay. now I'm gonna call this one done. So thank you, Blaze, for suggesting this, and I'm gonna move on now. All right, peace out, Dark X Wolf. It's nice having you here. Hope to see you again next time. That's an interesting trick for shading. Yeah, that's how I've always shaded, honestly. I've always just done it this way, because in the past it was like such a chore to try and like shade with different colors. But this one is better. Although first I do have some variations, like if it's just white, then maybe sometimes I'll use blue for the shading, but for the most part I just use black on a different layer of opacity. But okay. Yeah. I'm almost sad to delete this one, but oh well. Bye-bye, Kirby. Wait, hold on. Let's see what the next suggestion is. Man, I have to scroll a little bit because it's been a minute. Okay, let's move on here. Kirby, where is it? Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay. So, sorry if I missed someone's submission, but the next one I see here is Kaden Gab's suggestion, which is A and G from Avatar: Last Airbender. That's the next one that I see, and yeah. So I'm gonna just go on with that one next. If I skipped over someone's submission, then just holler at me. But I'm pretty sure that's the next one on the list. Some people be using purple on a lower opacity for shading. That works too. It can depend on like the lighting in your scene too. Like for example, if you're in like a really dark room, for example, that has like a purple light, you know, then yeah, using purple for the shading might look good. Okay. Madeline from Celeste. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll get to that one too, for sure. But I'm pretty sure this one is coming up first. Yeah, this guy. Dare I draw this next one? This one seems out of my reach here. I don't know. Is it fair? I could give it a try, I suppose. Let's see. I might hold off on that one just for now. Just because that character looks difficult. Let's see. Let me just look at the other one to see which one looks simpler. Let's see. Yeah, that one will look good too. Okay. How do you even pronounce this character's name? Is his name like Ang or what? I really don't know. I don't know. I never watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, so I really couldn't tell you. I think with this one, it'll be fun if I give it like a simplistic look to it. Okay, that's funny. All right, I'm gonna do that. Where's my pen? There we go. All right, everyone, say goodbye to Kirby. He's gonna have to go here. I'm almost sad to erase this one, but oh well. You guys can screenshot it if you want. All right, bye bye. Okay, nice. All right, so what's next? Let's see here. All right, so I'm just gonna call him Ang or Ong because I don't really know how you say his name, but he's gonna be. I can give him that because I see I see an image of him here that's like really goofy looking, so I'm gonna do that one because it looks funny. Watch this. Watch this. Whoops. That's the shading layer. My bad. Okay. This is gonna be such a huge like downgrade from the last one. I just know it. Hey, you can't blame me. Sometimes my skills decide to work, and other times they don't. Now it kind of looks like sands almost. Okay. Okay, let's just get my circle action going here. Man, I'm pretty good at circles, I think. It's a decent one. Let's see. 30 bone bananas. I will get to yours after this one. How about that? That's fair. I was gonna hold off, but since yours is very simple, I can do it quickly after this one, and then we'll get back to the list. Just because. All right. So there you go. Let's see. And I can't seem to draw this shape for some reason. I don't know why. This is really annoying. Okay. Circle time. I can draw a circle. You guys know that trick with drawing circles where you just get your hand in like a circular motion and you just keep doing that over and over and over again, and then eventually when you think you have it right, then you just press your pen down and then you draw this perfect circle. I don't think it works digitally though, clearly, because I keep sucking at it. Circle. No, circle. Good enough. Good enough. We'll call that good enough. Okay. His name is Billy Bob. Nice. Wonderful. Alright then. Alright, so we're gonna give him ears like this. I'll see if you guys can catch on like where I'm taking this from as I start to draw it. Because it's obviously not how he looks in the show, but it's I found like a goofy little image of him here, and I think that'd be cute to draw. And way better to draw. What is this? Oh. Well, we finished the Scott Pilgrim OST, and now we just moved into Mario 64. Thank you, auto replay. Love that. All right, I guess we're listening to Mario 64 now. Real nice. I just tasted a terrible ripoff of Reese's Cups. Reese's Cups, Reese's Cups. Eat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up. But yeah. I remember when Mr. Beast made that candy bar called These Nuts, and it was basically just Reese's Cups, but branded differently. Actually, what am I saying? They still have it out. But yeah. I mean, his chocolate isn't bad, but it's, you know, I don't think it's anything better than like Hershey's or other chocolate you can find that's way cheaper. So it's whatever. All right. Let's move this up here. And then he has like how about I was forced to, the Jose studio. Jose made you eat that. Oh my god. I think I remember him. I think I remember him saying something about it online actually. About like trying it. He actually bought you one personally. At the time, I was annoyed by the D's nuts jokes. Yeah, they really nailed it in thick, especially with that Super Bowl commercial he did. Or I don't know if it was actually a Super Bowl commercial, but it was that commercial where he called it that. Yeah, I'm kind of glad he changed the name. Because I can't imagine that becoming a thing where everyone's just saying, like, yo, you got a D's nuts bar? You know, like it's stupid. Okay. Anyway. Nice. So this is what I'm doing here. I'm pretty sure you guys can catch on now, like, what I'm going for here with the avatar character. Really, I'm just going off what I'm seeing here. Nice. This saying on gets angle. Oh my god. Yeah. I think that suffices, but it's only fair that I gave it some color. So we're gonna do that. Let's see. Alright guys, drop some suggestions for a new OST track. Or a new video game to, you know, look for those C's from. Look for OSTs from. Because I think we did all this one. Also, question: what are your thoughts on the Backrooms movie trailer? Wait, they made a movie based on the Backrooms, did they? Oh wait, I think they did. Yeah, someone told me about that. No, I haven't looked at it. No, I have not. I have not watched that, but maybe on one of my next filler streams, I'll take a look at it. Or no, I'll probably just watch it after I get done here on my own time. I don't need to react to it. That's a little bit much. But yeah. But yeah, that's basically it with this character. I really don't think there's anything else to add to him. Very simple. It just looks like it. I basically just made like Caillou, but with the blue arrow on his head. Pretty much. Yeah. All right. Well, you can't say I didn't try. There you go. I did it just for you. Just for you, Caden. I tried. All right. We're gonna move on now. That's interesting. Okay, next OST track is Celeste. That is fair. Let's do that, and then we'll get to the next one. Okay. All right. Celeste. I hope I'm still saying that right. I hope I didn't get corrected on how to pronounce the name and then go back to saying it wrong again. That would be annoying. Let's just jump in. There we go. Okay. This is a very peaceful track, but we'll we'll let it play a bit. So I'm gonna boost up the volume just a little bit. Okay. All right then. Next submission, which is 31 bananas. I assume you mean just a stick figure with the Roblox face on it. All right, let's do it. I am a man of my word. I said I would do it, so I'll do it. Let's do it. Can you do pneumonia? Oh yeah. I don't know if you're here, but I tried looking for pneumonia. I could not find a good reference for it. So if you're still here, I'll in a little bit. Then yeah, I will try and look for it again. You can help me find it, but I just couldn't find like what it was, so I skipped past it. But yeah, if you're still here when I get to it, then yeah, I'll see if I can do it. All right. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. All right, so I'm getting a lot of suggestions right now, and I appreciate them, but I'll get to them in just a second. After I do this one, I have to do what else? There was after this one I'll do Madeline, and then maybe I'll check out pneumonia to see if I can draw that one, and then we'll move on. All right, peace out, Bryson. It was nice having you here, man. Hope to see you again next time. You have a good night too. Okay. All right. Okay. Roblox man face on a stick man. All right, we got this. Now you didn't specify which Roblox face, so I'm gonna do what the hell? Nope. Go black, please. Thank you. Okay. So you didn't specify which Roblox face, so I'm gonna do the one that I see here, which is a lovely one. First, let's draw a stickman here. And let me establish some rules here when drawing stick figures, because I still see a lot of people drawing stick figures like this. If you draw stick figures like this, then I'm sorry, but I lost a little bit of respect for you, because you have to draw stick figures with their arms actually coming out of their neck area. So like it always irks me when people draw stick figures like this. Like what the hell is that? Like no, unless you're trying to draw a giraffe, that's not how you draw stick figures. Okay. Sorry for my stick figure etiquette here, but that is a little pet peeve of mine. Okay. So it's Roblox man face. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that is the one I was gonna do. Okay. Interesting. All right, I got this. See, the real kicker is if I can even draw this face, which I can. Okay. Man, sorry. Skipping ahead. There we go. Skipping a little bit on that one. Let me just, I need to turn this down on my end. There we go. Much better. Sorry, that was like blasting in my ear, and I could barely even hear it. Okay. Sorry, I'm taking a while, I know. Alright, I got this. For the record, I have drawn this before numerous times. I guess you could say I've been training my whole life to do this. So let's jump right into it. Okay. Let's see. There's this part. I got it. Yeah, okay. I got it. Hell yeah. And then, we can make it a little longer. You found a reference I could use? Okay. I don't think YouTube allows you to actually send images, but if you could find a way to like direct me towards it, That'd be great. And yeah, then I'll try and draw Pneumonia. I think that was the character you said. There we go. Yeah, that's working. That's working. Okay. And now, normally I would just copy and paste the eye in a situation like this, but I'll draw it from scratch. Just for you. Hope you approve. This track is pretty good, actually. Pronounce Nemana. Okay, thank you. I had a feeling pneumonia wasn't correct just because it didn't sound right. But yeah, thank you. Okay, then there's this, so then just his other eyebrow. And then there's that. And done. There you go. I don't think he has a nose, but there you go. Alright. There you go. 31 bananas. Hope you're satisfied with that one. That actually came out surprisingly better than I thought it would. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful addition. Wonderful addition. You gotta love that. Gotta love that. Okay. Give me some water, please. I am thirsty from that. Okay. Hi, Pixel Girl. I don't know you were still here, but hello. Nemona. I feel like you guys are both giving different instructions on how to pronounce it. Oh my god. Like Banana said, it said like mana, and Haley says Nemona. I don't know. It's crazy. But yeah. Anyway, so what was next? I think next up actually was Madeline. But I do want to yeah, okay. I think it's fitting that I draw Madeline. But first we're gonna take a quick little intermission because I gotta use the bathroom and then maybe get a snack or something. So I'll be right back, like 5 minutes top. That sounds right. And then I'll start with Madeline and then do the rest of the submissions as fast as I can. Okay. All right. Cool. Where was my? Nope, wrong one. There we go. All right. BRB. Okay, I's back. If I can get my avatar back, that'd be lovely. What key was it? Control 0. Oh, there I am. That's very too big. Okay, there we go. Okay, I's back. Whew. All right. And I came in on a great part of the OST. that's a big one. All right. What are y'all talking about? Time to lurk in the chat and see what's going on. Means don't blame me, I'm pronouncing the name wrong. Oh my god. Were you guys really arguing about how to pronounce the name this whole time? Oh my goodness. Means think you're in the same time zone. Is that right? I just use Arizona time, which is an hour ahead of most time in the region because we don't do daylight savings. Maybe do the Undertale OST next. We'll see. Maybe. I did do that. I did do that last time, so I don't know. Okay. Let's see. What was... I forgot which one I had to do next. Let's see. I think, Molesty... I think it was Molesty, right? No, that is not how you pronounce the name. How do you... What was the next one? I have to scroll up. I have to scroll up a little bit just to see what my next one is. No, Celesti. Madeline, I think that's how you say the name. Alright then, we'll do that one. Yeah, Madeline, okay. Madeline, okay. Madeline. I don't know. However you say it, really. Damn. Okay. Well, we got a lot of different Madeline. That's how you say it, Madeline. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. I can go with that. Wow. Who knew just pronouncing a name could be that rough? Alright then. can't believe we're already almost 3 hours in. That's such a huge difference compared to the last art stream, which I think was only like a few hours, maybe. Where's my glove? Oh crap. What did I do with my glove? Crap. Oh, there it is. It's on the ground. Come on. There you are. Yeah. Freaking drop my drawing glove on the ground. Okay, there we go. Okay. Alright, guys. Alright, so this is what I got here. In the reference folder. So let's see what we can pick from. See, there's a lot of different ones and different art styles. There's some like pixelated art styles. There's some like really simple ones. Looks like. There's some that are probably fan art. I don't know. Let's see. Then after I do this one, there is like the other character whose name I was pronouncing wrong. That I still need to find the reference for. I don't know, we'll see. First I gotta see like which reference to refer to. That's a simple one. I do kinda like that one, but I gotta pick one that really sticks out and is also not too overbearing. The really pixelated one is the in-game sprite. Okay. What indie games do you play? Stick man. You talking to me? You can just call me Sticky for the record, or Charlie. And as far as indie games, I don't know. What would you classify as an indie game? We'll start with that, and then maybe I'll list some examples. We also said Miku. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, I could draw that too. Let's see here. First, I gotta pick which one here looks actually appealing. I don't know. And before you clown me just for using, that one's not bad actually. My name is not Charlie Kirk. Shut up. Oh my god. Indie game meaning like Cuphead, Hollow Knight, One Shot, etc. Yeah, all those games are great games. But I don't know. Is it really fair to call those indie games though? Since they, yeah, I guess it's true. I guess any game that's not by like a massive company like Nintendo, that's what I would consider an indie game. So yeah, all those games are out of the kinds of games that I play. I love. Oops, I didn't mean to click off of that. So let's see. Yeah, love Cuphead. If you count Cuphead indie game, then yeah, Cuphead is still one of my favorite games ever. That's definitely one. I need to just stop goofing and just pick a reference already. I'm taking way too long on this. Alright, we'll go with this one just because I like how the face looks, and then it still has all the features, I suppose. So that one looks. Oops, I didn't mean to click off of that. Okay. Okay. Let's see how we can do with this one. This is going to be a much more stylized. This is definitely a much more stylized version, as opposed to, you know, the one that's actually in the game here. But we'll see if we can make it work. And no, I'm not going to draw Sans because I drew him last stream. And I don't want to like override, you know, my suggestion box here because I'm not going to stream too much longer. I do want to have time to get through the other ones. Whoops. Okay. Nope. Don't do that. Okay. Alright then. Let's see. Let's see here. Nintendo is my favorite indie company. Yeah, me too, for sure. For sure. Actually, you know what? I don't think I'm going to use that reference. I think I might just use the reference that's just staring at me right now in the soundtrack. Because I think this is the same character, so I'm going to do that. Alright then. Let's do that then. I was playing Mario Kart Wii earlier with the wheel attachment. It was fun since it's been a good while since I've played it. I used to be really into Mario Kart Wii. I actually played it to death too back in the day. And I also used the steering wheel that was made for it, which apparently is not how most people play the game. And that's really surprising to me, because I thought that was like the only way to play the game, like with the steering wheel. Because I didn't even know there was an option to play it with just the buttons. But no, apparently I only ever used the steering wheel. And I got pretty far in it though, but I had to rage quit that game, honestly. That's probably the only game in my life I've ever rage quitted, because Mario Kart, y'all know how Mario Kart Wii gets, okay? Sometimes that game just invokes the worst out of you, okay? Anyway. But yeah. I love Super Smash Bros. On the Wii. Super Smash Bros. On the Wii? I didn't know that. I've only ever played the Switch version. Yeah. Come on. Okay. The times you get Mario Karted. Yeah, we've all been Mario Karted. We've all had our fair share of that. Ugh. Although the Nintendo franchise that I probably love the most, I would honestly say is like either it's got to be a tie between Kirby and Donkey Kong, because I do love Kirby games for their characters, but not necessarily for its gameplay. And I love Donkey Kong for its gameplay, although its characters don't really stick with me as much. So I both love those franchises, just in different ways. Anyway. Okay. Let's see here. Can't wait for next Wednesday because we get to stream along with Scott Pilgrim EX. Yes, sir. I'm not sure what I'll be streaming next Wednesday. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. I will be playing the one-shot DLC, but I don't know if I'll do it next stream. I want there to be like a little bit of a gap in between, you know. We'll see. I think well, there was a couple of things that Dark X Wolf suggested that I check out. So I'm probably gonna look through those. I think one of them was like, I think on one of them he suggested a what was it? I think it was like a Alan Becker live stream. I don't know. Which I've thought about. I thought about reacting to Alan Becker on stream. Although I gotta say, I'm not sure if that would make for a super entertaining stream, because even though I love Alan Becker, you know, his series doesn't have like any dialogue at all, so I worry that that might like, you know, slow the stream down a bit since it's pretty much carried just by my commentary. And I wouldn't say I necessarily have the best commentary, but I don't know. We'll see. Either way, whatever I do, I'll do something, and then next stream I will use that idea of, you know, using the like live chat overlay. That'll be fun. Anyway. In the reference here, the hair doesn't really go above the character, but I think I'm gonna try and do it anyway. There we go. I think without necessarily drawing the body, I think that's a good way to like position the hair maybe, but I'm not sure. Let's bring it up a little bit. Let's see how that one looks. Nah, maybe not. Maybe not. That doesn't really work. Okay. Yeah, we'll keep it going from there. See how it looks. I think there's also this ear. Okay. So now let's try and draw the face. Hello, Andrew. Thank you for joining in. Nice to see you here. Let's see here. I'm trying to draw Madeline from Celeste. Keyword being trying, because I'm not doing a great job. But, you know, is what it is. There we go. It's kind of like going for the approach that this this track's you know, image was using. You know, obviously it doesn't like you know, match in terms of like the same art style and whatnot, but I think the main shapes are there to an extent. I don't know. Yeah, not too happy with this one, but let's see how the coloring looks on it. Let's see how the coloring looks. Maybe if I give it some color, it'll shine. And then you guys can actually make out the character a little bit. Like, make out, like, the shapes and whatnot. How it looks. You know, like, there's the orange hair, and there's, like, the face in a way. I don't know, we'll see. Let's see. And then slightly red for the eyes. Reddish orange. That works. Boop, boop. It was actually more than that. Hold on. There we go. That looks a little bit better in terms of, like, you know, it's, what am I saying? The color scheme, I think. We'll see. I don't think it'll fill in. Oh, it will. Nice. Thank you, Adobe, for that. But now you're refusing to close any smaller gaps than that. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, perfect. So there we go. You can kind of see the resemblance there. I'll show off the original reference I showed off, which isn't even remotely close to it anymore, because I wasn't really following this one. I was following the one that's on the home page, which was, if I can find it, whoops, I don't know why it does that. Don't do that. Default view, please. Okay. Well, it's the one on the main page, basically. Yeah, that works. And it looks like the soundtrack is over. So let's move on from that. Let's go back to this part. There we go. Okay. Right. Okay then. All right. Well, I'm gonna, let's see here. Oh, do not do that. Do not do that, please. We don't do that. Yeah. But all right. Let's move on then. Okay. All right. What was next on the list of suggestions? I forgot. Let's see. Let's look. Let's see. I know a few people were saying Miko or Miku, but wasn't there another character that I had to draw? I kind of forgot. There was another one above that. I'm trying to find it. Trying to find it, but there's a lot here. There really needs to be a feature where, like, people can just, like, put a list up in the chat. People can add stuff to it. And then I can just see that list easily without having to, like, surf through the chat just to find the suggestions. It would be nice if there's a way of categorizing messages better. Oh well. Either way. Either way. Pennywise the dancing clown? No way. That's a big no-no. I will humbly decline that offer. But yeah. Okay, I think... I'm sorry if there's anyone's submission that I skipped over already, but I think I'm just gonna do one more. Cause we're about... Yeah, we've been streaming for like 3 hours now. I'm not looking to do another long stream, especially after last week. So I think I'm open to one last suggestion. Okay, one last suggestion. So if any of you are still here and you're still waiting for, you know, me to get to yours, then just go ahead and spam suggestions now, and I'll go ahead and pick out. I'll just pick one last one, and then that'll be the final one. And since it's the final one, I'll put more effort into it. Alright, we got Miku. We got Miku. Rango the lizard. Nice. That's a nice one. I do love Rango. Rango's a goated movie, actually. Rango might be one of the most, like, underrated, Rango's probably one of the most underrated, like, Nickelodeon movies there is. I don't hear enough people talking about it. It's a really great movie. Oh yeah, Nimona. That was the one. That was the one. Or Nimona. However you say it. I don't know. I did say I was gonna do that one, huh? That's right. Oh wait, what am I saying? I should just I should just put a well, I shouldn't say that. I was gonna say I'll put a poll up, but that's not really gonna make a difference since the 3 of you are just gonna pick your own suggestions, and it's not gonna really mean anything. I don't know, guys. Who should I don't know who to listen to. I really don't know. Yeah, there's 3 of you here. If I put up a poll now of which one, then it's not gonna really do anything. So I don't know. I think. All right, guys. I think there's one way to settle this. There's one way to decide. I can figure this out. Let me just see if I can find something. Let's see. Perfect. All right. What were the names? We have Miku. Perfection. I got an idea. And Femi, you already figured it out. Because I just pulled up a yeah, I'm just gonna pull up a wheel. I'm gonna spin it. Yeah, spin wheel. So we got Miku, Rango, and this one is such garbage quality though. Ugh. Is there a better one? Buddy, there's like one on my phone that looks better than this. This is so ugly. But whatever, it's gonna have to do. It'll do for now. Okay. Yeah, that works. Alright, so what was it? Miku, Rango, and the Nimona. All right. Are there any more characters you guys want to suggest, or is it just those three? Okay. Hello, Infinite. Thank you for joining in. You came at a perfect timing because we're gonna spin the wheel for the final suggestion. So if you have a character you like, type it in now, and I'm gonna add it to the spin wheel here. Actually, what am I doing here? Let me put it on screen so you guys can see it. All right. This is just one I found online. It's just the first thing that came up. It looks doo-doo, obviously, but it gets the job done, clearly. Okay. Quick doodle of Charlie Morningstar from Hasbin Hotel. Who's Charlie Morningstar? Is that the typical? Is that the main Charlie character, or is that a different Charlie? I don't know. Either way, I'll add it. Nope. I'll add it. All right. The Iron Giant. Oh yeah, that's a good one. I'll just put MS. That's too long. That's way too long. Okay. So we have the Wild Robot, the Iron Giant. Okay. The Iron. It's kind of hard to type with my screen in the way. Giant. Okay. What else we got? I don't know why I'm looking at the other screen. That's weird. Okay, what am I doing? Just gonna do it like... let's see. Alright, the Iron Giant. What else we got? What else we got? The Iron Giant. Oh yeah, the Wild Robot. That's basically the same thing as the Iron Giant, honestly, but we'll see. The Wild Robot. Okay. Alright, what else? Wallace Wells? Sure, why not? Why not? That's not how you spell it. It's Wallace Wells. There we go. Alright. 2D from Gorillas. Is that a character? Alright, sure, why not? Why not? I don't see why not. Let's do it. 2D, I guess. I'll just put 2D. I'm gonna skip that one just because it looks weird on the wheel. That's the only reason. Death from Puss in Boots. Oh yeah, that's a nice one. Okay. Bendy, nice. Bendy. I'm surprised I haven't drawn Bendy yet, honestly. Or Boyfriend from FNF. Got it. Okay. Springtrap. Wonderful. Springtrap. Alright. Alright, I think we have enough. I think we have enough suggestions. These are great, honestly. Okay. I think we're ready to spin now. Unless we have any last ones coming in. I don't think so, since it stopped. Alright then. Okay, last one. NG. That'll be it. There we go. Okay. Alright, that's it. No more. That is it. Alright, so here we are. This is one hell of a wheel here. Let's go ahead and spin it. If I can figure out how to spin it. Where's the spin button? God damn it. If I can find the damn spin button, that'd be nice. Where even is it? I should really... If I do this again, I'm probably gonna make... I should make like a custom one that actually looks good. Either way. Oh wait, do you just... Oh, there we go. Alright. Alright, we're spinning it. What do we got? It looks like we're drawing the Wild Robot. Alright. All right, thank you to whoever suggested that. I don't even remember, but there it is. And sorry if your suggestion didn't make it, but that'll leave more to look forward to next time I do this. So, but yeah, we're gonna be closing off today's stream with the wild robots. That'll be great. What do you guys think about that selection? Damn it, I'm sure a lot of you are disappointed. Well, actually, I'm sure like 70% of you were saying other things, so it is what it is. But anyway, all right, let's go ahead and look up a reference. But don't worry, because since this is the final submission, I will actually try and make it look pretty good. Wild robot. I don't know who suggested the wild robot, but thank you to whoever suggested it. By the way, have you guys watched the wild robot? Because I've wanted to for a while, but I just never found the time to. Is it out on Netflix or something? If it is, I'll check it out. It looks good. DreamWorks usually cooks pretty hard on their movies, so I have confidence that they did a good job with that movie. Watched half of it. Here, let's put. All right, here we got it. I watched half of it. I did. Okay, that's good. So Haley, since you watched it, give me a review. What would you say? 1 to 10. How good is it? I need to know so I know if I should check it out or not. That Fox character just looks like Nick from Zootopia. Let's see here. I gotta say though, this is a very simple looking character because he has like, you know, he's just a circled character, a lot of circles. But I've noticed from this stream that I tend to go overboard with simple characters and add a lot of finite detail to them. So this might be a fun one for sure. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and choose this reference. That's a pretty good reference, if I think so myself. I don't even know anything about this movie in terms of its plot. If it's anything like The Iron Giant, then I definitely should check it out because I love The Iron Giant. That's also one of my favorite animated movies ever. Almost every movie by Brad Bird kind of slaps, honestly. 9 out of 10, really. Well, that interests me a lot. Whoops. Let's see. Let's get it. Black. Okay. All right, let's do this. I'll just start with his head. I might not draw... Well, since his head is so simple, I might actually, you know... I might actually, draw, like, more of his body. There we go, that looks fair. The Iron Giant is my childhood movie. Kind of want a live-action remake or sequel. You know what? I'm normally against live-action remakes, but I'd probably still watch an Iron Giant remake because I do love the Iron Giant. Tell you what, I don't think they should ever make a sequel to that movie though. I think Brad Bird himself, the director, he said that he did not ever want to make a sequel to that movie. And I respect that, you know. Sequels, I do love sequels, but sometimes it's better to leave things. Sometimes it's better to leave certain things unchanged. Is it that I haven't watched The Iron Giant? Should I change that? Absolutely, you should watch it. If you haven't seen The Iron Giant, then you gotta watch it. It is a great movie. Yeah. Yeah, it is. The Iron Giant, um, the thing about that movie is that, it's a very, very simple premise, but sometimes movies with simple premises work best because it's not necessarily the premise that hooks you, but it's what it does with the premise that hooks you. So yeah, just watch it. Not only is it emotionally investing, but it's also hilarious as too. And the Iron Giant also has one of the most iconic endings to like any movie ever. You've probably seen references to it. That's how iconic it is. But yeah. Sticky, you should post the drawings you made tonight on your community tab. Probably not gonna do that just because I might show off the Kirby one. Just because. Oh yeah, I did delete them all, but I might go back and save the Kirby one because the stream is still gonna be up. You know, you guys can always go back and watch it whenever you want. I'm not like one of those goofballs that deletes their streams after the broadcast is over, which I think is so strange. Like, I don't get people that do that. Like, why do people do that? There's so many streamers that like delete their streams or take them down or only have them up, during the broadcast, and then they, put them away. And I don't understand that. I really don't. It's like, I would give, if you're already streaming for a long time, that alone makes for a long form video on your channel. So like, why would you take it down, I don't get it. I really don't. But yeah. Let's see. Right. Next stream I'll give my review. Yeah. Please go watch it, Haley. You will not regret it. It is a great movie. Crap. Okay. I do like the design of this robot here. It's very simple. That's way too big, though. I once saw a meme of a clip of the Iron Giant where, when Stanley looks back at the Giant was in the drip outfit thing. Oh my god. You are who you choose to be. Great reference. I love it. I love how this drawing is about the wild robot, but yet all of us are just talking about the Iron Giant. I mean, this might sound biased, but the Iron Giant is just objectively a better robot. Like, I'm nothing against this robot here. I'm sure he's awesome, but like, I don't think he can top the Iron Giant. The Iron Giant's just is too awesome. And as far as like how I'm drawing it, I'm kind of just making it up as I go along, really. I am looking at the reference photo, but I'm not really following it to a T. Kind of just doing my own thing. Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing. Have I read the book the Iron Giant was based on, called The Iron Man? Yeah, I heard of it, but no, I didn't read it. I didn't read it because I figured it would be vastly different from the movie. I don't think the movie really transcribed the book exactly. It might have stole the concept from it. Okay, not stole, but it might have based the concept around it. But I don't think the book is really a replica of the movie. If it was, then maybe I'd read it, but I don't think it is, so it didn't interest me. Same with like Coraline. Apparently Coraline was based on a book, but the book is so different from the movie, I don't think it's really worth reading. Because it's basically a completely different property. I don't know. Nope, he's not saluting. Let's not do that. Okay, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to have him do with his arm. Here, he can have his arm like behind his head. There we go. He's scratching behind his head because he's a little confused on why he's being drawn here. That's valid. That's valid, right? Yeah, pretty valid. Pretty valid, I'll give it that. Okay. Alright, enough dilly-dallying. Let's draw his face now. So, yeah, his face is just two big ol' eyes and literally nothing else. That's about it, really. But they're very perfectly symmetrical eyes. Interesting. The Iron Man book has him fighting a dragon? What? Well, that confirms my theory on it being different than the movie, because holy hell. Hello, Lord Bruh. Thank you for joining in, but no, I'm not going to be taking any more suggestions, because this is the final one. Sorry, man. So save that for next time. Actually, I should probably delete my comment then. There we go. Because that way anyone joining in can know. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, tune in next time. Well, next stream won't be necessarily be an art stream, but next art stream I'll think about drawing it. Okay. All right, so let's let's do some variations here. I'm kind of feeling I'm kind of getting spook vibes from this, so I think that means we can make him just a little bit spooky, just a little bit spooky. Just a little bit spooky. It doesn't specify to really do a lot of this, but I'm gonna do it. Do a chill stream where you react to those videos suggesting in the chat on that stream. Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that when I take those suggestions that Dark X Wolf put in one of my last streams. Because he did put a big list of suggestions. Some of them are good, some of them I didn't really feel that much, but yeah. On one of my next like goof I'm gonna call them goof streams because I just don't go in with much of a plan. But yeah, on one of those streams I'll definitely check out some of those things. What's your opinion on 2016? 2016, a simpler time. That was the year. That was it, really. That was peak year right there. There we go. Yes, I am gonna color the drawing. I'm not gonna go overboard with it like how I did in the Kirby one, clearly. But I am gonna try and make it look decent. To the best of my ability. Let's see here. There we go. Let's add some depth to that. Nice. And we'll add a little more to that. Eh, maybe not. Maybe not. We'll leave that one up. Which character is it? This is the Wild Robot from the movie, The Wild Robot. Or I don't know if he has an actual name, but yeah, that's his name. I think. Probably is his name because it didn't mention anything else. Whoops. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's do that. And I like, whenever I draw robots, I like giving them, like, battle damage in a way. Let's see. Roz. Oh, Roz. Okay, that's the name. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, someone said that earlier. That's right. Mm-hmm. Let's give a little bit of this. You see, robots are fun to really stack detail on top of them because you can really go with the flow and just kind of like do whatever feels right. That's what I like about drawing robots, is that, you know, they don't really have to follow like organic principles all that much. You can kind of just, you know, add a bunch of mechanical pieces and details that don't necessarily have to make sense because you can just interpret them as long as they look believable. Round of applause for Sticky pronouncing that right first try. I assume you're mocking me, and if that's the case, hilarious. But yeah, I am bad at pronouncing names. I'll give it that. Mm-hmm. But yeah. Do you guys ever just watch a cartoon and think, wow, this is for kids because of how dark it is? Yeah, Happy Tree Friends. No, I'm kidding. That doesn't count. Let's see. I guess maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of shows. I guess maybe Teen Titans. Did you guys ever watch that growing up? I think that was a Cartoon Network. That was on Cartoon Network, right? Yeah, that was a Cartoon Network show. The original Teen Titans. That show got pretty dark at times. What else? Actually, a lot of Cartoon Network shows got pretty dark, like back in the day, the old Cartoon Network shows. Let's see, what else was it? I don't know. But yeah. Let's see. I legit watched Happy Tree Friends with no reaction. Oh my god. I remember one time, like, my cousin showed it to me just out of the blue. She told me it was a kid's show, and I believed it. And then just gore and death started happening. And I'm like, the fuck? Like, it really caught me off guard. Mm-hmm. Okay, for me it's GoldenEye was shoved into someone's eye socket with an eye still inside that had to censor blood in the US. What the hell? You said that's a kid's show? What? Dare I look this up? I'm looking it up. Is it an anime? Looks like it. If that's the case, I can see it then. Although, well, I shouldn't say. Well, that kind of adds to the, that kind of adds to the surprise then, because usually, you know, uh, animes are a little more strict when it comes to like violence, as compared to like American shows are. Anyway, innocent looking shows. Okay. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep adding like, I don't know, lots of stuff. What else can I add to this? It's not really, It's not really hitting me with much, like, damage. I kind of want to add more, like, battle damage. Or, I don't know if it's fair to call it battle damage, but in the image, the robot looks really, like, scruffed up. Really, like, messed up, So I kind of want to, like, whoops. I kind of want to challenge that more. And put a lot of stuff in it that, oh my god, that my PC will refuse to. There we go. Don't know why that's happening, but yeah. Let's see, what else can we add? I guess I can take a chunk out of his arm. That'd be cool. Not for him, but it'd be cool nonetheless. There we go. Some parts of Puss in Boots: The Last Wish were creepy. I mean, yeah, that movie had actual blood, which was a bit of a shock for DreamWorks, because they're usually squeaky clean when it comes to that. Sorry, I just feared my phone died when I say, may I look this up? Yeah, I looked it up, and I didn't look up the scene itself, but I looked up the show you're talking about. Luckily, you have three phones. Jesus. And I thought I had a ton of devices. Well, I guess I have two phones, plus an iPad, plus my Computron, plus consoles, and got a lot of stuff that most of it I don't even use. Anyway, what else we got? I think we can start like outlining this bad boy. Who plays Blookit in this chat? I can't say I do. I'm not even sure I know what that is, to be honest. That sounds like something I heard before, but I don't know. You're gonna have to inform us about that one. I get both of my two old phones since they're both work. Their service is off though. I recently got a new one too. Yeah. I actually recently got a new one too. I still use iPhones. I know. Controversial. They say iPhones kind of fell off, but yeah. It's what I'm used to. I don't feel like switching to Android, so I just stick with iPhone. Blookit. It's basically better Kahoot. I know what Kahoot is, but is Blookit like is it that game where is it like Kahoot except you can actually steal points from people? Because if so, I might have heard of it. Tower defense, but with studying. You earn gold and steal gold from others. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it. Okay. I pause here because I think I've had enough of this soundtrack. Let's find a different one. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, YouTube's recommending me Kerbo music. So I guess we'll just play that. Nice. Kerbos have good music. I'll just let YouTube recommend me whatever then. Yeah. You guys can enjoy my auto-generated playlist that YouTube just has open. I don't know. Yeah, I do listen to video game OCs in my own time. Alright. Honestly, you should set up a random Kahoot or Blookit stream for viewers to join, just for random fun. That would take a lot of... we'll see. I don't know about that. I could do a Kahoot. I know how to make Kahoots, but I don't know. I had to think of like what I could do for that because I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure like how I can make a stream out of that, to be honest. Although I do really want to do like a stream where like you guys can actually join in and play along with me in some way. I do want to do something like that because that sounds like it'd be really fun. Although I try to think of like what I could do though. Choose pre-made one instead of making one. Okay. That could work. But if I use pre-made ones, then the big question is like, what do I do then? Like, what are the Kahoots about? You know? Look at code. No way you actually put a code here. No way you actually made one. That's insane. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Minecraft. Wish I could join, but I'm kind of drawn right now. Let the viewers decide the Kahoots. Yeah, that's fair. 2. I think what is the word? I think when it comes to like, whoops, I don't know why that happened. I think when it comes to like what I do for a Kahoot, then that would really depend on like, you know, what you guys want. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I love the ideas. I'll consider them. Whoops. Fill that one in. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Roz's eyes just black holes. Yeah, I'll get to it. I'll get to the blue parts in a minute. I just want to kind of finite the coloring process. Let's see, it's a little bit darker around these areas. I'm doing a lot of interpretation here. At this point, I'm not really looking at the reference. I'm just kind of making it up a little bit. There we go. Okay, looks pretty good. All right, so far. Do you think you can animate Roz? Not. Definitely not tonight, that's for sure. But it is something I could do. Yeah, I mean, I do know how to animate, somewhat. If you'd even call it animations. Surprisingly, okay, I'm not. I'm gonna change that. I'm changing that back. I don't like how that looks. But yeah, I don't know. Meme stamp approved. Approved. I was in a live chat called Chair, and I got most of the chat to play Blooket. Nice. Terrific. Wait, what did someone say? Hold on. Oh yeah, Femi, you said you should do a Minecraft SMP or something with friends. We still need to add each other on Minecraft. Oh yeah, we do. That's right. Yeah, I'll consider that. I have wanted to do a Minecraft stream for a while now. Not necessarily like a group chat play, but I have wanted to do like a survival stream, but like with like a twist on it in a way. I'm not gonna say it just yet, but I thought about doing some sort of like you know, twist with it. Anyway. Hello, Doise Walker. I don't know if you were already here, but thank you for joining in. Alright, guys, I'm finally drawing the eyes now that you were waiting for. There we go. Okay. Oh, hello, Cuphead soundtrack. Thank you for joining in. Like I said, I'm not even choosing what's playing now. I'm just letting YouTube give me random songs. Actually, I have an idea. Watch this. I'm feeling crazy. I'm feeling crazy, so I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna draw the eyes. And I'm gonna go over here to effects. Come on. Alpha. Color effects. Advanced. No, filters, that's what it is. None. Let's see, is there like a blur? And it's not working. Come on. Adobe, why do you gotta do this to me? I had such a cool idea and you're making me look bad because I can't even figure out how to do it. Come on. If I could find... Unlock. For some reason, let's say let's go glow, see if that works. Yeah, I really don't know. Really don't know. I have no idea how to add the glow effect on it. Oh my goodness. You guys can't even, I just realized you guys can't even see what I'm doing because it's behind my avatar. Oh well. Okay, well there goes my amazing idea I had. I wanted to try and, I was trying to make it like glow, but it's not really working. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. Oh well, no big deal. No big deal. Thank you, Adobe, for choosing to not work. Appreciate it. But yeah, that's that. Alright, then well, if I can't make it glow, I'll do the next best thing and I'll add some lines around it. There we go. Nice. No, it's not sands. There we go. I do kind of like this song. This is from Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong music always slaps. Alright. Alright then. It looks alright, but... It looks alright, but it could be better. How can I improve this? Maybe if I add a little bit of white. If I had a speck of white in the middle, that would look pretty good. There we go. Kind of like it. Not bad. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Alright then. I guess now I will go ahead on my... my color effects. No, not that. Yeah, we can make it look a little bit darker. That works. Dark. Is it working? Yep, that works. Alright, let's add some shading. Since this one is the last one, so we'll add shading to it. Make it look all fancy and cute for the folks watching. Manual glows. Yeah, so I tried using Adobe's glow, because Adobe actually does have a glow effect. For some reason it's not working. I don't know why it's not working, but whatever. So yeah, I just put like little lines around it and it kind of looks like a stylized glow almost. Or at least that was the intention. Bye everyone. Alright, bye-bye HSCC. Thank you for joining. It was nice having you here, man. And as we're wrapping up this drawing, I want to thank you guys all for being here. This one, we're 4 hours in. It was kind of a lengthy one, but not as bad as the last stream. So I'll give it that. I mean, the last stream was like 6 hours. Okay. Yeah. Looks like we have another Cuphead song. Thanks, YouTube. See, YouTube knows me so well, doesn't it? Yeah, no worries, Femi. You're good. Just polishing up this one with some shading. There we go. There we go. That works. There we go. Oh, shading. The power to make any drawing look better. I like it. Alright. Okay, so that's that. I think we can add some highlights as well. Why not? Be brave. Let's add another layer. We'll do some highlights on this one. Alpha, let's bump it up a little bit. Yeah, that's fair. And then we'll just erase around it. Nice. Listen to Steamed Hams Inc. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Steamed Hams. Oh boy. I'm scared to see what this is. I don't even want to click on this. What even is this, man? Is this a song? Oh boy. At this point, no. No, I will not do that. Oh my god. Let's see. There we go. That's if that's fitting. Okay. I'd say we're almost done with this one, chat. I'm just gonna add a little bit more highlights, and then we'll be ready to call this one done. I think, let's see. I don't know if these highlights look good, honestly. I think they might pop out just a little bit too much. Just a little bit. I don't know, what do you guys think? That works, I guess. Normally, I never really put highlights on my drawings, just because I don't think it really, I don't know. It just kind of like, I don't know, sometimes it kind of pops out too much, then I worry if I'm doing too much. But maybe that's just me. At this point, I'm just goofing. Okay, yeah, that's not a bad one, I suppose. I guess I could, let's see what else I could do. I didn't do this in any of the other drawings, but I'm gonna try and do it now just to see what happens. Let's see. I was gonna try and do a little bit of an effect here. Hello, Logan. Nice to see you here. We're just wrapping up this stream, but I appreciate you joining in. And if you're interested in, you know, catching the next one, I'll be streaming again next week. But yeah. We got... So what I'm doing right now is I'm putting a shadow like on the side of it, just so it has that cell look to it. But I'm on the fence about it. I'm kind of worried. Because it has that like drop shadow to give it like a, you know, 3D look to it. I don't know about that one. I'm pretty sure there's a feature just to put a drop shadow without even having to do all that. But whatever. Okay, I think that's it. So that's the wild robot. Let's pull up the reference. Alright, what do you guys think? That one took a minute. That one took more than 10 minutes, I think. Yeah. Alright. Final verdict. I gotta say, for the final one, that one wasn't too bad. Or, sorry, I should probably put it on this side so you can actually see it. There we go. That's more fair. Okay. There we go. And nope. Man, Adobe, you're really getting under my skin right now. Come on, Adobe. Work with me here. There we go. You can see it. Alright. Alright, final verdict. Peak. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, that one is alright. I'll put that one just under the Kirby one. I think the Kirby one, was probably my favorite. But they were all very fun to do. So, I think with that, we're gonna wrap up the stream. Okay, I need to shut up. I need this music. We're done with that. But yeah, I think that's gonna do it for tonight's stream. So thank you all for tuning in. See, there's still a couple of you here. That's nice. But yeah, so yeah, I appreciate all of your suggestions that you guys were given. Definitely got more than I was expecting, like usual. I gotta say, these art streams, I'm kind of pleasantly surprised by how well these art streams do. Normally, you know, I usually don't go in expecting a lot of suggestions, but so far in the 2 or 3 that I've done, I've gotten quite a lot of them. So I appreciate it. And yeah. So I think with that, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up tonight's stream. So thank you all for joining in. It's been fun having y'all here. And if you're new here, I stream every Wednesday, same time. So if you're interested, stop by next week. I'd love to see you here. And yeah, with that, you guys, I hope you guys have a great rest of your night or morning, whatever time it is for you. and then I'll see you next time then. Okay. All right. Bye-bye, FMA. See you next week, man. Bye-bye, everyone.